Hello? What? Huh? Why? What the fuck? Don't hee hee me. Don't hee hee me. I'm scared. Do not hee hee me. Do not hee hee me. Oh my gosh. What? No. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm posting the TikTok. So, what do you mean? What do you mean? No more spending money. Listen, I totally did not buy three Louis stickers last night from the same person because it was funny. It was hilarious. I'm in the room where it happened right now, by the way. Louis mentioned. I might have I might have Teehee. I did a thing and I bought three Louis stickers from the exact same person, and it was really funny because it was funny. It was very funny. It was actually hilarious because I realized that I have spending money, and because I didn't set enough aside for rent, and I get paid on the third, which I can still pay my rent by the third, like by the fifth. And so why are you Flutter? Anyways, um, but yeah, yeah, did a little thing and was like, I can spend money right now. So yippee! Yeah, I have a job and a life. Bro said I forgot you actually have a job and a life. Yeah, I have a job and a life. I'm actually don't no. 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 Don't. Oh, tags. Haha, tags. L. Imagine. Tags. You got tagged. Tee. You hate blackouts. I do too. Don't be Brightney. Hi. Hello. I don't like distracting when there's a Brightney in the run. I hate it. I hate it a lot. Oh, did y'all see? So, funny thing that I noticed. Rebecca Sands. Oh, what's his name? What's his name? Sylvester Undyne. They need to have those skins. They need to have those skins. They really do. It would be hilarious. It would be absolutely hilarious. Sylvester, brother of Connie. Yeah, Connie has a brother. Connie has a brother. So okay, so plan for today's stream, by the way. Maybe the first half or like the first 2/4 or something, or not 2/4, that's literally the same. 2/3 of the stream maybe are going to be Dandy's World. I'm going to try to do like at least 2 good runs that get to at least floor 20. And then I'm going to go ahead and swap over to Minecraft so that we can check up on the hardcore world, because I've been doing a lot on there. And I haven't been streaming enough of it. By the way, if you like Minecraft, you should stay the entire stream. Also, I have... Oh shit, I need to get my hydration. Hold up, let me get my hydration real quick. I would grab a monster, but at the same time, I already had a monster. Water is life. Cola is life. Nah, I got strawberry lemonade Powerade, because they have it at Winco for like 78 cents a bottle, and they used to have it for like 48 cents, but it went up a little bit. Still worth it. What in the combo? What do you mean? What do you mean, what in the combo? What do you mean, what in the combo? Yeah, I have hydration. What the fuck? I think... I think Cosmo's stuck. Cosmo, are you good? Cosmo's gone. Okay. Can you wait here? Can you wait here for a second? Because Salem Cat has said... said, free art. Join them. It's not a scam. And so I'm going to join them. I'm curious. I'm very curious. And I'm scared at the same time. Because they said to join them on Roblox, and I'm scared. What have they drawn me as? Because they said free art, and I'm like, free art? Ooh. Where are they? It's loading. Load faster! Well, do you want to join? Holy shit. Okay. Where are you? Where are you? I don't know where, oh, view art. Bro's over here. You're doing this on laptop. I can't see shit. Where is Bro? I don't know where Bro is. Is Bro over here? You're voting right now. Oh, you're voting. You're voting. Warning, floor will collapse. Okay, I'm gonna collapse on the purple. Whee! Teehee. Is this Bro? Is this Bro? Are you Bro? Is this your current skin? I don't think that's your current skin. I don't know who I just followed, but... What is this pose? What are these poses? What the hell? Yeah, I'm trying to find you. I don't know where you are. Oh, no, that's not the right thing. What the fuck is that? No. Go. Oh, there you are. Okay. What have you wanted to show me? What are you wanting to show me? What are you what are you showing me? You get free art? Oh wait, I didn't see. Oh shit, I didn't see that. I didn't see what just happened. Hello? Huh? Huh? I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, what the fuck? Hello? I can walk off. I'm going to walk away. Oh, fuck. Wait, can I... Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. What if I just... Bro saying ZZZZ. I'm just staring. Okay, bye. I'm playing Dandy's World. I don't have my drawing tablet hooked up to my laptop right now. Anyways. Just not your friend. Hey, fuck your culture. I ain't got no culture. It's only culture and it's more afraid of you than you're afraid. Come on, drink that blood. Didn't they want your blood? So don't apologize for being blue and cold. Blood. Didn't they want your blood? So don't apologize for being blue and cold. It's a long run, but yeah. Okay. Wait, actually, let's like stand right here in the middle. I'm gonna copy that. ABC for pro run. Ooh, so I have these little Debbie. I don't really look at Debbie's. Yeah, they're little Debbie's, and they are pumpkin spice rolls. They are pumpkin spice rolls. They are good. Hold up, let me. Where is it? These shits are good. These are really good. They are really good. They are really good. I'm actually gonna eat one right now while we're waiting for people to join, because nobody wants to join. Yeah, I'm streaming, bro. I'm streaming. I am so excited for the Halloween event. I'm so excited. I'm gonna eat this shit real quick. It's so good. What the hell is Flight doing? Why is he like standing sideways? You'll join next round? Alright. ABC for pro run. Let's go to the Shellabeta. What the hell? Let's go to the Astrovator. What the hell? I'm so confused. What the fuck just happened? I didn't see anybody in there, and then suddenly It just closed right in front of us. I did not see anybody in there. Was there someone in there and then it just closed right in front of us? Am I just being a dumbass? Are you fucking kidding me? Why the fuck are you also okay, good. Are you fucking kidding me? Why are you also Louis? What the fuck? Bro. You bitch. You bitch. You bitch. You better be my backup. You ain't. I swear to God, this Louis fucking takes these twisted. I will kill him. I won't let him die. I will fucking kill him. I will actually. Cosmo! Get your ass over here. And you, Tegan. Get the fuck away. Back the oh my god, you fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. Oh my god, you fucking idiot. Stay away. Oh my god, 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 oh shit. Shit. God fucking. Oh my god. Immediately, I'm already raging at. Dude, what the fuck was that Louis thinking? No, because what the fuck? Dude literally made me. We have a Sprout, so I'm gonna take him to the elevator. Dude literally made me fucking drop a heart. Another heart that I did not need to drop. Okay, I gotta wait for Scraps to get in. Guess Sprout doesn't want. No, because I'm pissed off. I gotta find Shrimpo. There he is. Here is Brazil. Oh yes. Here you go. Here's a Brazil. No, because I don't trust this fucking Louis. I don't think there's any in here. I don't trust the Louis. So we distracting here in the, like, the most, like, strangest spot to distract. Get the fuck away from me. Get the actual fuck away from me. I will let you die. I will let you die. Okay, and then get the tapes. Hopefully he got the tapes. Actually kill that Louis. I will kill that Louis one day. I'm going to kill him. If he does anything else, I'm going to kill him. What? Better get the fuck away. Better get the fuck away, Louis. Oh, it's Shrimpo again. Is Shrimpo on the board or something? What the fuck? Huh? What does that person say? You're finally free! Yippee! Oh, we have both Tegan and Sprout, so they can they're technically supposed to share tapes. I guess bro doesn't want tapes. Does bro not want tapes? What the fuck are you What the fuck was that? Why the fuck did you have an air ward? Huh? Sprout, do you want? You do? Oh, it's Glisten. Is Glizzy boy. I gotta. Okay, I got Glisten. Where the fuck did Yada go? Hello? There's a band-aid over here. I'm gonna take that. Where did Yada go? What is going on? I can't stop sprinting. What the hell? What's going on? Where's my computer? I can't move. I cannot move. What just happened? I cannot move. Oh my gosh. I cannot move. I literally cannot move. Help. Where is my charger? Oh my god, I think fuck, I'm fucked. I'm fucked. Oh, shit, I have to... Shit. Help. Shit. Shit. Help. No. My keyboard died. My fucking keyboard died. Okay, it's plugged in. Oh my gosh. My keyboard died. Oh my god, my keyboard died. I hope that was the Louis that died. Oh, fuck you. Did that die? And Louis. I lost Yada and was trying to find Yada. I'm gonna open up Discord. Also, why was that? Who the fuck? Why was Scraps talking about the KKK? What the fuck? I just realized that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm opening Discord right now. Just a second. Man, honestly, that Louis kind of pissed me off that first floor because... Hold up, I'm hiccuping. Like, bro. What the fuck was that? Where is it? Where is it? I'm trying to find... There it is. Salem cat. Salem cat. Salem cat. Salem. Salem cat. Salem cat. I'm in VC. I'm in a VC. Salem cat. I'm in a VC. I'm in a VC. I have... It's like chocolate covered... I have like chocolate covered almonds. But like... They're pumpkin spice chocolate covered almonds. And they're actually really good. Hi!
All I hear is they're pumpkin spices. God damn, bro.
I'm waiting for Just Valda to redo.
I just finished the one round of drawing someone, so.
Ah.
Yawn. I'm dying to heat, but I'll be there.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's been hot these past few days.
It's been hot over here too. My fucking keyboard died.
Yeah, but yeah. I heard it. I was in your stream chat, dummy!
Yeah. I'm just waiting.
What do you want me to be? Healer, backup? Nothing?
Probably backup.
Okay.
You know what? We're gonna listen to some FNAF bangers.
Your PlayStation updated while it was in rest mode. Thank you.
We're just watching this. Who the hell is dying? Oh, Tegan's killing herself, I think. Oh, Tegan is also killing Louie, apparently. Okay. Oh, Tegan just led Louie to Brightney.
Well.
What the fuck? Why? What is the Scraps talking about?
What just happened? What?
The Scraps literally just said, "It's Halloween, go launch a tune with my mom's name, KKK." What the fuck?
I think you may have to report them, mate.
I think so?
Do you want me to be Pebble or Goob? Because either way, I can start your way.
Trying to think. Thank you, Goofybot! Trying to think. Oh, I left. Probably Goob so that we can be the same stealth so you won't, like, latch and he twisted
Oh,
onto me while, you know, you're backupping.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Where's Goob? Oh, there he is. Found him. Never mind. I should also probably turn down my quality.
We're
I
listening
might
to some
have
FNAF
some.
bangers.
Nice. I'm not watching your stream.
Oh.
Why? Because I had to use my phone to VC.
Oh
I
no.
was using my phone to play Roblox.
I'm in the room where it happened. Is that you? It's you.
You know if it'd be me or not. Stop moving. I'm trying to fix my settings. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Link effects from level particles. I still can't see your loadout. Whatever.
Lol.
Oh well. Oh wait. Now I can. No, I did. So I guess it's on.
Oh my god, why are there so many Louis in here?
I don't know. It's kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie.
ABC for Pro Run!
I'm not a pro. I can't
V
play.
immediately
Sorry.
bolts.
I'm not a pro. I don't think I should be here. I'm just a basic tune. Hold on. I'm just a basic tune. Sorry, I don't think I can play. Oh shoot, he has vintage on.
What?
I forgot that I had him on vintage. I'm just a basic tune.
With Poppy with the train whistle and Bro's gonna distract.
I would not be able to distract this Poppy,
How many
mate.
people we got? This eight? This eight. Let's go. Hold up. Let me type this. Go to the elevator. The fuck, Yada? What the fuck, Yada? Yada, get your ass in. You bitch.
Whatever, I guess.
Okay. Don't join the run if you're not gonna join.
Oh wait, I should probably buy stuff.
Yes.
There, now I'm 350 Icker cheaper.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I got 11,456.
I still have 88,980. I still have too
Why
much.
does Louis have a fishing rod? Why does the other Louis have a fishing rod?
I don't know. Let
I'm
the
so
Louis
concerned.
be. What's happening? I can't read the chat. You're gonna have to read it for me.
V saying who dis. I said me. It's R&D and
Oh,
Toodles.
Legend does this too.
Get over here.
Beep beep, I'm a sheep. I said beep beep.
Don't run in R&D.
I didn't run in R&D.
Okay.
You know I wouldn't do that.
Watch out. The child
Oh,
chasing me. Do we have, Louis want to gamble? Oh, yeah.
I want
Do
to
we have a
gamble.
Sprout?
No, we do not have a
Yoink.
healer. We have 0 healers, which is why I asked if you wanted to be a healer or not.
Oh.
I'm like, you want me to be backup or healer? And you're like, backup. And I was like, okay.
YOLO!
I couldn't find the last machine. I feel useless. I didn't do a
on my way.
thing. I didn't
I'm
do
going to lose. Oh, we do have a healer. It's Cosmo.
Oh, I didn't even know we had a Cosmo. Since when?
Shit. Sorry.
You just got-
Sorry. What the fuck was V going that way?
I don't know.
I can't get it. I can't get it. I want to get it. What if I just go live on TikTok, but like use the feature where it's just like the camera?
Huh?
Oh my gosh,
Oh, hi,
it's Toodles
Toodle.
again. Oh,
Oh my
Toodles.
god, that's crazy.
Get the
Oh,
what
Toodle.
the fuck? Louis, what the hell?
Louis definitely just did that on purpose for whatever reason. I don't
I
fucking
guess.
know.
Why is Louis saying smart thing? Dude, don't stop right in front of me. Fuck, 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 fuck.
Again, I can't find a single machine. I think everyone's on one. I want to use my valve! For the love of God, please!
Wait until a blackout floor.
Oh my Lord have mercy. I feel useless.
Hey, you can pull me in.
Okay. Everyone get to the back of the goddamn fucking elevator.
Whee. Yippee!
People piss me off who don't go in the back of the goddamn elevator. Well, that's your fault, dumbass.
I'm not even gonna worry about it. What the fuck was that for, V? What the fuck? Oh, hell yeah, suppression. Don't mind if I do. I'm grabbing my phone holder. My earbud is out. I got
Cosmo,
no
fuck your
earbud in.
electrician.
Where the fuck is the thingy? What the hell? I literally. Oh my gosh. I don't have the pad for my. What if I just use this one? I'm just gonna use this one. It's gonna be awkward, but it'll make it work. I don't know where the fuck it went.
People are pissing me off already. Why is everyone staying in the front of the elevator? Get to the back so I can do my damn
Why
job.
the fuck did Shelly just immediately run to Blot?
Oh my god, a machine, finally.
Yippee, you got a machine.
Guys, I did it. You proud of me? I did one whole
Yippee.
machine.
Yippee.
Yay! I did one whole machine.
Yippee.
Cosmo, why are you standing right there?
I don't know why Cosmo. I don't know
No.
what Cosmo's doing.
No, I'm not helping. No, I don't need you to do this damn machine. I can do it myself. Damn. I might be a slow extractor, but Jesus Christ.
I'm listening to Five Nights at Freddy's songs. This is like old me.
Five Nights at Freddy's. If they wanna be
I just gotta leave.
It'd be nice if people stayed in the back of the elevator.
Okay, I'm gonna set this live up. You can't hear. Oh, shit.
Something's fishy. I'm fishy. Wild. Wild accusation there, V. I don't think you're Finn.
What?
You can't say that. They just go,
Something
I'm
is
fishy.
Okay.
I'm fishy.
Hopefully this works.
Hopefully well works.
I'm dual living. There's a band-aid. There's a band-aid. There's a band-aid. Wait, that's for Cosmo. Cosmo. Get your ass over here. Bro, where
Roger.
the fuck are you going?
That was Louis that did that.
Come on.
Oh my god, Yada scared. Where did Yada come from?
Well, if they want... I took it by accident. Oh well. Yada, get your ass over here.
There you go.
There's another band-aid. Anyways.
That's crazy.
Cosmo just didn't seem like he wanted it, so I took the band-aid.
That's wild.
I'm gonna just say Ellie for a bit. I don't trust my leg. Thank you, Cosmo. Thank you. Good, Cosmo. You took the band-aid. Yippee.
Yippee, they did something useful.
Yippee! They did something useful. I need to have like a little sticky note that says I'm also live on my Twitch, because I'm dual living on both TikTok and Twitch.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I'm chasing Cosmo.
Damn.
It's kind of funny.
Do you think we could tell people to stay at the back of the goddamn elevator? I pulled in the wrong person.
What the fuck is V
Oh,
doing?
dying,
Oh
I
shit,
guess.
V's AFK.
We totally forgot about that, didn't we?
Yeah. We're just gonna ignore that, and we're gonna say that it's because you guys weren't at the front of the elevator, or where you guys were at the... Whoopsies!
I totally forgot. Shut up! I didn't mean to pop it. Was I the last one on
I
that
think
machine?
Louis was the one that popped it.
I thought I was on the last one of the machine. But I don't
I
know.
don't know. Oh.
I don't know. Whatever. Just don't blame me, gang. I didn't do it.
No, I'm
I
blaming
totally
them
did.
because they didn't stay at the back of the elevator. It's Brittany! Oh, Brittany! I have Brittany in Boxton!
Also, who goes AFK this early in the run?
Literally.
I mean, I guess I get it if you like need to grab food because your parent tells you to, but come on.
Right. Wee. Wee. I'm such a good distractor, guys. I'm such a good distractor.
Cosmo's almost done.
Get to the elevator!
Dude, you know what sounds good right now? A peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Guys, back of the goddamn elevator! Shelly, I swear to God. Oh, the other Louis. I forgot. They'll be fine.
Back of elevator during panic. Back of elevate. Twitch wanted to make your PC lag, so here you are. Vator. During
Oh, speed candy.
panic. Y'all, please.
This is a pro run, right?
Yeah, it's a pro run.
Okay, cool. Because I just bought a speed candy. I don't want anyone yelling at me.
I'm on. I'm chat. TikTok chat. I am currently on call with Salem Cat right now. They are in my earbud. I'm also live on Twitch as well. Thank you for liking the live. It's Goob! Oh shit! I ran right at him too. While saying, it's Goob! 3,
My bad.
4, 5. That's not even. I don't even know where I was. Watch out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woo! You can't touch me. You can't touch me. Woo! What the fuck, Cosmo? You bitch! You bitch!
Cosmo healed you.
Yes. I literally let Goob take me because it's like, bro, why the fuck did you heal me? Hi, Brittany. Why are you ill?
Because we stepped in the ink.
Ooh, Goober. I
Anyone
just
on
juked the
live
band
now?
director. I got a brand new saxophone. I'm out of stamina. Oh shit. Don't pull me to pull the other Louis. There we go.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yippee!
You were kind of in front of them.
I'm sorry,
my
I
friend.
was walking on my way.
I kind of want lost and found.
I kind of want first aid.
You don't need first aid. Fuck you. Oh, you guys are
We
lame.
lost!
Lame.
I need to get like a sticky note and write live on Twitch. I got a bonbon! Oh my gosh, you got a bonbon? Hell yeah. What
No, but I
the
got
fuck?
nothing because my inventory is full. What?
Cosmo healed me again. Cosmo.
Why is Cosmo healing you?
Why? It's supposed to be
not even like
Fucking
you
pro
need
run.
healing.
Why the killing me? Does Cosmo want to die? Does Cosmo want to die?
Probably
Because
at this
I'm
point,
not
man.
opposed to letting Cosmo die now. This is the second time that you fucking healed me. You're at 1 heart. Just gay. Louis, what the hell are you doing? Final chapter. Oh yeah, isn't that? Oh, it's already. Louis, what the fuck? Well, okay, I guess. Pull me, pull me. Oh. Die, Cosmo. Please die. Please die. I want you to die, Cosmo. You keep on healing me for no fucking reason. Fuzzy, cute, cute, fuzzy, cute, fuzzy, cute, cute. Why are you saying what?
I'm so confused. What?
I'm also confused. What do you
Are they
mean
talking
by
about making my own fucking look at me? Look how fluffy I look. What is happening? I'm so confused.
that? What do you mean he? I can like. Cosmo wasted all of his fucking heals on me, bro.
Yeah.
What
Hey,
the
Mr. Cosmo's
are
here.
you kidding? I'm
What?
going to kill him. I'm going to kill him.
Oh.
I'm gonna kill him. Do you see me? Do you see this
Yep.
shit? I'm going to kill him. Oh, you fucking kidding me? I'm killing him. I'm killing Cosmo.
Don't kill Cosmo.
I'm killing Cosmo. I'm going to kill Cosmo. I don't care if it's on 4K. This is technical. Where the fuck is... Where are my Twisteds? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. They're going after Brady. If he heals me one more time, I'm going to kill him. If he heals me one more fucking time, I am going to kill him. Okay, since Shelly's there, I can... Good! Cosmo don't deserve it. He's just wasting his heals. Take him! He does not deserve the heals anymore. He don't deserve them. He does not deserve heals. Because at this point, I'm gonna fucking kill him if he heals me again.
Well, if I can only speak in stickers.
Yeah, Cosmo Loki just walked past it. Lol. If you heal me one more fucking time, I will kill you. You know what? Let's kill everybody. Let's kill everybody.
Yep.
Let's kill everybody.
I bet you Cosmo's gonna die first.
Yeah.
I have a box of chocolate. I can be fine. I'll be fine. And a sweet candy. I'll be fine.
I have a med kit and 2 band-aids.
Well, just in case just in case they latch dial onto me, you know.
Oh, that's Dial right there. Oh shit, that's Dial right there. That's Dial right there.
He Dial's on his way.
I accidentally got him all latched onto me just a little bit.
Just a little bit. You know, it's alright. We're fine, gang. As long as a certain tune that has a 1-star skill check doesn't fuck up, we should be fine. Right. Oh, hi, Dial. Yep, knew it.
Is
Cosmo died.
Hell yeah.
I think Cosmo died.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Finally. Final fucking Lee.
Because no, Cosmo's alive.
Fuck!
I see Cosmo.
Join your final nights. Whoever missed their
Whoever missed
skill
my
check
skill check
killed me.
That'd be Cosmo. That'd be Cosmo.
Oh, other Louis
Cosmo
took a box of
Louis.
chocolates. Aaron just said, I just drop in to say you're taking too long. Taking too long for what? What am I taking too long for?
Good. He's aggroed. He's very mad. He's cooling down because a certain Louis latched him onto himself.
Fucking dumbass.
So yeah. Also, be prepared for Cosmo to miss a whole bunch of skill checks.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pissed off again. Watch out, he is running.
Oh, yep. That's because of Louis. Louis dead.
Good. Dummy.
Oh, it's because of the treadmill machine.
He died to the treadmill machine?
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll just do the treadmill machine.
Louis died to the treadmill How?
He died because of the treadmill machine, yeah. I don't know. Not even that bad.
How? Okay, there's that. I gotta be careful for Brightney.
Yeah, I don't know where Brittany is. Cosmo's near me, though, so I'm a little scared because of that 1-star skill check. Oh, he is mad.
He's mad.
Yep,
He's pissed.
Yeah, Cosmo missed skill check.
Shit! 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 No! 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 Get the fuck away from me! Oh my god! My life.
Flash before you're.
Shit. I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm dead! Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh, no! 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 I'm dead! I'm dead! I'm fucking dead. You guys got this with the smiley faces. I don't have this. I did not have that.
Bro lived
He
for
was
like
already
2
pissed
seconds.
off. I could not outrun him. Redo,
Yeah, that's because
yeah.
of Cosmo.
Yeah,
That's 'cause of Cosmo.
redo. Definitely redo. Because how the fuck is this Cosmo still alive? He just failed a skill check. I hope he dies.
It's fine.
I hope he gets smited.
Nope.
Damn it. Brittany's just dying. Don't forget to join the Discord!
Don't forget to join the Discord!
There's also a bottle of pop.
Yeah, my inventory's full.
Well,
I have mine just in case. Food item, skill check.
Oh, we killed everybody though, at least. Yippee!
You killed everybody but fucking Cosmo.
Yo, thank you for the follow, Galaxy Gifter. What do? Gift galaxies on TikTok live? Because I'm also live on TikTok.
That's wild, mate.
Hey TikTok, I'm also live on Twitch. You can actually hear Salem Cat. I think Cosmo was the one killing all of us. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of their 1-star skill check. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm still fine, but that's just me.
Please die. Yes. Cosmo's at 1. Please die. Please die. Yada, smite him.
No, don't
Yada,
die. Just
smite
yeah,
him.
don't die
Yada,
just
smite
yet,
him.
because then I'll be the
Yada,
last
smite
one on the machine.
Yada, smite him. Yada, yes. No. Fuck.
Wait, I'll be the last one on the machine.
Smite him.
Please.
Yada, smite him. Yada, smite
Wait, so
him.
is everyone dead but me and this disgusting Cosmo? Oh no.
Yada,
Oh my god.
Smite him. You used to be a gifter for Pokemon Violet streamers. Ah. Ah.
I'm a Pokemon Scarlet player.
You're a
But I don't like
Pokemon
streaming.
Scarlet. I'm a Pokemon Ruby player. I had it on DS Lite. I don't know where my DS is. Where is my DS? Oh.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's mad.
Please
There
die,
he goes.
Please die. Please die. Please die. Please die. Please die. Get smited. Get. Yes!
Yep.
Yes! Yeah! I think I
Why is
hear
he still
him.
mad?
Oh,
Yeah, why is he still mad?
because
Why
he
is he
died
still
to
mad?
Tisha.
Oh.
He died to Tisha.
He even died
Yes,
he
we
even
heard
died of
Dial.
Dial?
You need a single encounter on him. Yeah, he died to Tisha. Goob, just stay your. Immediately fail a skill check and die. Goob, just stay your.
Just stay your. What does that
Just
even
stay
mean?
your.
I just want to do this one machine and then I'll die. I just...
Just die. Die to die.
I will. I'll die after this machine. Relax.
Go. Rose, there's a bottle pop behind you.
Rangers.
How the fuck did he?
I lost him. Turn your ass around.
There was a bottle of pop over there. Holy cow! You just juked him.
Let's
You
go.
just juked him.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That was actually kind of funny. That was actually really funny.
Just, and then crunch.
That's totally a crunch. May I join
That was
around with y'all to get
totally-
dials? Sure. My joins are on. I'm going to the room where it happened. Yo, 7 stream streak. The hitbox. To me are you. Must never end.
I can't come into
I
the room.
forgot the mere lyrics.
You want me to be a healer?
Sure.
Okay, I'll be
Fair.
out. And then let me just change my focus so I'm not gonna now.
I have not heard these songs in forever, and I miss them. You're on console. Oof.
Me too. Unless you were meaning me, then yeah.
Yeah, I'm not meaning you. I'm meaning the chatter. Say or do, it's never up to. Oh, can't join without being friended to someone in that server. Oh. I don't typically friend people. Like, I don't. What? The hell is that Scraps talking about?
What's happening?
Bro's like, I have a family.
I have a family. Please
family.
don't kill me. You have a family. You have a brother.
Yeah, you have a brother. Yeah, I don't typically go out of my way to friend people because, or like until like we get to at least. I've kind of
Actually, technically,
What?
if they type in my username, they can just join off me. I have a server and can just join me. Friend or not.
Yeah, but they need to be friended to someone in that server.
Yeah. It
For
does
console.
it does work like that for console. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, the username is VV World. What?
And Alton
Hello?
29. Hello? I am a child. Okay, get away from us. What?
What the
Dude,
fuck?
what is happening? What is happening? I feel like I'm on something right now from
I
this.
also
What is
feel
going
I'm
on?
so confused.
Are
Bro's
they
just
high?
like, I am a child.
Are they high? Are they a high child?
Are you a high
Did
I'm typing that in.
their parents let them touch the stash?
I'm typing that in.
But did their parents let them touch the stash?
I'm surprised it actually let me type that. Did you get into your parents'
What?
stash or something?
That's
What the
crazy,
fuck?
bro. No way you just said stat. What in the RP? I agree. What in the RP?
Literally. Dude, what the
That
hell?
was crazy.
What the hell?
They're still here. I thought they left.
Get out. Get out. Get out of this room. Get out of this room.
Dude, I think I think their parents did let them go to the stash.
I think so. Their parents definitely let them go to their stash. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everybody must thank Ko-Fi Bot. Why are they chasing each other? We're just staring at each other.
What's happening? Oh, thank you, Ko-Fi-Bot. Thank you, Ko-Fi-Bot. I'll say it out loud because I can't type. It'll take like 20 years for me to type.
We love Ko-Fi Bot. You're trying something, but it ain't working? Oh no.
Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot, for typing in your message.
We're just staring at each other. What is this Glisten doing in here? Okay, he's gone. We're just staring at each other. Let's make a fucked up car again. Let's make a fucked up car again.
Give me a minute.
Driver. Yippee!
I'm the passenger. Wait, hold
This
on,
looks
hold
like
on.
a head-on collision.
I have the perfect avatar to be the passenger. No, not a deal. Oh wait, no, you guys already did Goob. I meant not Goob once. So I'll Exon, I'll be Rudy. I'll be the
off than do this. I don't have Rudy. I have Exon though. Server hopping go burr. Are you literally just trying to find me in a random server? Dude, you were just tweaking in Blender to make your ooh.
This is a horrible car. What kind of car is this?
This is an awful car. It's sideways car, guys. The fuck do you mean you're the leader? I'm the driver. I'm literally driving.
No way. I'm the passenger. Get in the back seat where you belong,
the driver.
Okay, fine then. I'll be the headlight. Hold on, let me just. There, I'm the headlight.
The fuck? You're the headlight. We got a sleigh now. Why can't this be easy, bro?
You're so old. Oh my god.
I'm too old. I'm too old to be the driver.
Hold daddy
plushie. What the fuck?
I don't even hear this child.
What did you join in on? I don't know. A really fucked up car and this Scraps role playing.
What did
Bro said holds daddy plushie. I'm concerned.
What does that mean? Who was I gonna be again? Oh yeah, we're Sprout. Hold up.
Oh yeah, I was gonna be Louie.
Oh my god, that's Dial? Uh-huh? Hello?
What?
Apparently Dial is their dad.
What the fuck?
I don't know.
I'm also confused.
I'm so confused and scared.
Bro is server.
Go.
Bro's trying to server hop.
Go, Dixon, go! You can do it! I believe in you, Peepaw!
Get
go,
out!
Peepaw, go.
Bro said, get out! Bro said, get out!
Oh my god.
I'm going to the room opposite of the room where it happened. It's the room where it didn't happen.
Yeah, Scraps still following.
Chat, next game, would it be... You can join right now. We're just kind of like waiting to see if Galaxy Gifter is able to even join, I guess.
I'm so scared right now.
I'm also scared. New tape. The fuck? You swear work with me server hopping. The hell is this Brusha? Why are you saying hee? Ha ha hee ha hee ha. This is the room where it didn't happen. Right across from us is the room where it did happen.
And now they're
Going as
Russia.
fast as you
Dang,
can.
I'm scared of this goddamn shell
Obsidian
person.
Yao Macaco.
Oh my god, I'm scared.
Be scared.
I'm scared of this Russia.
I'm also scared of this Brusha, bro. I'm also scared of this Brusha. It's me, Brusha.
It's me. I don't give a fuck. Go away.
Honestly, you can friend me in their I'm in their server. You can okay. Oh yeah.
I don't care if you're Russia. Get the fuck away from me. Scare them off, Justibel. Scare them off. Make them fear you.
Bark, bark. Just bark at them.
Flies? Hee hee. What is happening?
What the fuck? You should be joining through Salem. Okay. Okay.
This is so scary.
This is very cursed.
I don't like this. Can we go to a different server? Please.
I
don't
would like
this.
to, but at the same time. Oh, you motherfucker.
What? Oh. I got tagged
Oh
from
my gosh. Hey Siri. I don't think it's even gonna work because. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. 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 Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. Siri.
Damn sure.
You motherfucker. You motherfucker. TikTok Live's gonna be ending.
Damn! Finn's short as hell too.
Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. Rub room. Rub room with rats. The rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. Rub room with rats. Rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. The rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. The rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. The rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. Rubber room. Rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber with the rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber with rats. And rats made me crazy. There we go! They locked me in a rubber room with rats. Crazy, rats make me crazy. Crazy.
A rubber room with
Rats, crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. Rubber, let's go. Rubber room with rats. Crazy, I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. Rubber room with this way. Rats. Rats make me crazy. I swear. Okay. I don't want that other. The scraps is flying. I don't want that other person.
They're already in the elevator, mate.
I'm
They
going to
already
kill
went in.
them. I'm going to kill them. Crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. Because it was full of rats. It is. If you keep role-playing, I will commit a murder. I will commit a murder.
I totally forgot that we were in the thing. So I forgot to click ready. My bad.
You gotta do that.
Yeah, but everything, don't worry.
Ooh! 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 I got no time. I got no time to live. I got no time to live, and I can say goodbye. And I'm regretting having memories of my friends who they used to decided to die. And I know that is fuck! I can't sing this fast.
I'm
Scary
concerned. Me
monsters roaming
too.
in the halls. I wish I could just block the doors and stay in bed until the clock chimed. So my flashlight's on and stay up till dawn. I got this headache and my life's on the line. I feel like I won, but I wasn't done. There's a box of chocolates. I will take that. You motherfucker!
I guess Pebble's distracting.
I'm gonna murder you. Is that okay?
Dude, do whatever you want.
You just joined a main hunt as Shrimpo. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh wait, that's... Who's Pebble? Wait, who's Pebble? Who's that?
Ugh, my bad.
Oopsies.
Sorry.
Give me. Give.
I was just trying to collect tapes. That's my
I
bad.
have the surge to kill. Fuck! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Whoopsies. Oopsie daisies. Sorry, I am not going to bring them to the elevator this run.
I said I distract.
Dude, I'm literally the host.
Dude, I cannot kill you.
I'm the host, lol. I'm literally the host, lol.
But I'm the goat. Wild. Wait, June. Is that June?
June's Shelly.
I know, but I'm just...
Shush! Shush, don't tell me to use heal.
Yeah, I can't heal you,
Don't tell me
mate.
to use heal, bro.
Use heal.
Your live
Use
is
heal.
paused. Wait, what? My live is paused. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. My live is fine.
I think I might be wrong.
There's a band-aid over here.
I got brush on me.
I'm at broken. Bring it to broken.
Okay, I'm coming back.
That's not you.
No, I'm on my way though.
Thank you.
Welcome. There's a band-aid on the floor.
I know. Follow my instructions. You're a sleep-deprived moon. Yep. I barely got any sleep last night. Everybody should be at the elevator. I am giving you your aggro tapes. Here you go. Take them.
Thank you.
The distractor. Oh my god, a main hunt. The distractor died floor 1.
You're a healer? What is happening? Why is this Pebble being a little bitch? I mean, what? Who said that?
Literally.
That's not nice. You guys should
Pebble, what
apologize.
the fuck? Rabid dog. Rabid dog. Oh my gosh.
Literally. Okay. I keep forgetting. Sorry. I keep forgetting. No, it's not like I'm sprout or anything. You're not supposed to forget. Sorry, I know.
Brain freeze.
Stop it, dumbass.
I hate my life, and you make it worse. Shut the fuck up, Pebble. Do you want the Twisted? I will literally grief you. I also like FNAF songs.
Thank you, Shelly. Thank you.
Want to find you. Your place inside you. Like, a couple years ago, started, like, this little FNAF series.
What is happening? Why is this sprout
and
why
like,
is this stupid... Oh my god, Scraps, please stop being in roleplay mode.
It was with, like, one of my OCs in, like, Sun and Moon. It was kind of funny. But at the same time, it was like, bro, I did that, like... Yeah. I was like, next part, next Wednesday! And then just banana bread. Ooh, banana bread actually does.
You never did it again.
Yeah, I never did.
Not everyone's at Ellie.
Oh, fuck, there's a bot in my chat. There's a bot in my chat. There's a bot in my chat. Shit. Die. Die. Ban. Get banned, bitch. What the hell? What the fuck? This guy's just fucking... Get out, bot! Yeah. Shinji,
Was that kind of
drink
my
that
fault?
soja boy.
Jarvis killed the bot. Wild.
Jarvis, kill the bot. Artificial intelligence, I better quit now, to hell with this. Nope, I can't now, too late. This elevator's going down to my grave. Underground, look around, not
No, I
staying
can't
to
find a
skip.
good one.
Breaking out
Well,
how many
that's your
miles
fault for
away.
being a picky little
Feels like
bitch
I've been
now,
down
isn't
here
it?
down days. I can't fucking read and sing at the same
But
time.
it's not
I
even
am
like this
so
is a bad
dyslexic.
run. This one's going pretty well. What the fuck do they mean bad run?
I took a band-aid.
That's fine. I have a band-aid. I have 2 band-aids and a medkit in my inventory. I don't think it fucking matters.
I'm trying to find the Twisteds. Yada, get your ass over here.
Scraps, there's a machine right behind you, mate. Oh, thank you, Shelly.
Where's the other one?
Thank you.
Where's the other one?
I don't
There's
know.
a tape over here. There's also a tape right here. You should get the tapes.
Yeah, I got it. I'll grab them. Let me just do this machine.
Where the
I'm right
hell
next
is
to the
the other
tape.
one?
I found my machine. We don't talk about it.
Where the hell
Oh,
is
it's
the other?
Connie, man. It's
It's,
fine. It's
oh
Connie.
yeah, it's Connie. I literally walked through there.
Connie.
Through her.
It's Connie.
Slay,
Bro, it's not even Rebecca. It's Ribecca. R-I-B.
Rebecca.
Not R-E-B. God damn. It's not that hard to spell her name. Jesus.
Rebecca.
It cannot be that hard to spell her name, can it? Is it just me? Okay, everyone's at Ellie.
Alright, I'm on my way.
Come on, get your ass in the elevator. You cannot stand right there.
Woo. Don't make you sound if something draws you. They're not, I'm shocking them like they're shocking me. Fall and pray that do we do. I'm literally trying. You're gonna AFK next floor. No. Don't do that. No. At least auto walk. At least auto walk.
Yeah, because we don't have a goob
Here.
for you.
I don't know what she pretends not to be.
I kind of need to go AFK to get my food, but it's okay. I'll do that
Auto
later
walk.
on. I can't auto walk on
Oh, yeah.
PlayStation, dumb.
Just do the rubber band method.
Just do the rubber band method in your dreams.
Just do the rubber band.
I don't have a rubber band. Dingbat.
Just do the rubber band. That's what you gotta do.
I don't have a
The
rubber
what?
band. I found a
Bro
band-aid.
said the
I found a
what?
band- Bro, I found a band-aid and there's a band-aid and a bottle of pop right next to each other, by the way.
You can have them if you want.
I can't. My inventory's full with 2 band-aids and a medkit.
I have a medkit, a band-aid, and a stamina candy. There's also a machine in here. You don't have a rubber band?
Okay.
Dude, what is it with y'all not having rubber
I'm
bands?
coming.
Damn.
I'm on my way, Pookie. I made it. Whee!
Guy like him. Get up and feel like you belong
Bro, like
here.
if we get
But
crop
I
siblings, can I
wanna-
please distract them?
No, Louis is my brother. No, the fuck I'm not.
Huh?
What the? I'm killing
Hello?
Scraps. I'm killing Scraps. I'm literally going
You're
to
not
kill
killing Scraps. Don't even
I'm
get
killing
your ass
Scraps.
back
I
in
am
here.
killing Scraps.
You're not
That's
killing
it. I
Scraps.
am fucking
You're not
killing Scraps.
You're not
I
killing-
am going
no,
to
no,
murder
no,
Scraps.
no,
I'm murdering
no.
Scraps. I'm
Nuh-uh.
actively murdering
Nuh-uh.
Scraps.
Uh-uh.
I'm
Nuh-uh.
actively murdering her. I'm actively murdering her. I
Nope.
am actively murdering her. I'm murdering everybody.
Yeah, Louis is my brother. What's
I'm
happening?
fucking murdering her. I'm fucking murdering her. I don't care. I am going to murder her.
No, stop it.
I'm murdering her. I hope she
There.
fucking dies. I hope she fucking dies. I give up.
Scraps. You don't move.
I fucking gave up. I'm going to murder Scraps. That is just... The fuck you mean Louis is my brother? The fuck you mean by that?
Okay.
The fuck you mean?
Dude, just get to the goddamn elevator. Who cares? It's fine. I'm out of stamina, by the way, so this is great. Should I heal Scraps?
No!
Astro.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Well, why did they AFK right there?
Oh
In the
shit.
corner. I accidentally healed him, so that's my bad. I still
Ray
have
did not
178
auto-walk.
though. Red did not auto walk, no.
No, it wasn't. They said no, it wasn't working.
Oh, damn. Oh, wait. When did I get hit? When did that happen? Whatever, I healed, but still. This run is so interesting. This run is a fever dream, mate. I want to kill you. Stop it. You can't kill people.
I do not like you. What the fuck do you mean grabs gun? You don't even have a fucking gun. I am very uncomfortable with this. I hope she walks in R&D. I will run in there.
No, please, I kind of need to go in here. Like, please, I need to be in here.
I'm listening to the Bonnie
Now
song.
you can run in R&D!
I'm just gonna wait for the perfect moment and, like, I hope she runs in there. What the fuck is Poppy doing?
I don't know, man.
Pebble literally just said death threats report. The
Shooting
fuck?
Twisted Tegan.
What the fuck? I'm very uncomfortable with this Scraps. Like, I'm very uncomfortable. Why the fuck is she trying to roleplay in here?
I don't know. Literally, Cole even said, don't roleplay into runs. Roleplay with the roleplayer. Yeah.
Literally.
Literally, yeah. What the fuck? Medkit? Oh, wait, there's also tapes. I keep forgetting that I'm Sprout. I don't need it. It's mostly for Ginger, anyways.
Right, right.
Why are they spinning?
I don't know. No, 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 no. Do not let her have the medkit. Do not let her have the medkit.
She took it.
Fuck. Yeah, that was for Sprout.
Wait, do we not have Ginger anymore?
I think they lagged. No, 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 they're here.
Oh, wait. I forgot that I need these tapes.
Yeah, you need aggro tapes.
Yeah, I forgot about
I
that.
literally do not care about this Pebble or the Scraps.
Dude, the Scraps isn't even doing anything. Let's go.
She's being fucking disgusting. Yes! I'm not voting with Scraps. I'm not voting with Scraps. This Scraps is genuinely making me uncomfortable. I do not like her.
Dude, I don't even know what to put for, like, reporting, because I can't report them, because they're not... Well, I mean, I can, but, like, I don't know what reason to put them, like, you know?
Harassment?
I guess I could do harassment, yeah. I'll do it when we're in the elevator again.
Okay. There's the tapes over here.
Okay, I'm coming.
At the broken elevator.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Cause why the fuck is she calling me her, like, me her brother?
Why is she role playing?
That's her, it's LaGrace 17.
Yeah, I know who it is. Your hair is cute. What? Whose hair? Huh?
I don't even know.
Who has hair other than me? Are they talking about me? Because if they're talking about me, I want them to stay 20 feet away from me. Like, genuinely. That is, I don't
Yeah,
like
I
them.
don't.
Unless they're talking
What
about
the
Ginger.
fuck?
Ginger also. Go, Ginger, go! Oh, okay. I got it.
What? Wait, is it Wednesday? Yeah. It is Wednesday. It's Wednesday,
It's
my
Wednesday, my
dudes.
dudes.
It's October. Here you go, have the Twisteds. Did you get him?
I'm out of stamina!
Oh shit, you're out of stamina. What?
Oh shit, oh shit, are you?
Oh my god. I love your run. I love my run. Yada called Cosmo Costco and Boxton called me lesbian. Oh hell yeah.
What?
Airborne.
That's hilarious.
Bro thought it was Tuesday.
Damn.
I am not a bean trust. I'm a lesbian. I
Okay,
am
let me
a
report.
non-binary lesbian. Hell yeah.
Where's harassment? I don't have harassment. I got swearing, off-platform links, personal information, dating/sex.
Dating
cheating,
slash sex.
email, bullying. Okay.
It's fucking weird, dude. There's a med kit. There's also a Tisha.
Making everyone. Oh, making egg. Making egg. Making everyone uncomfortable. Making egg.
There's a machine over here that's like at broken.
Okay, I sent them a thing.
Is it the June? No.
So if
No.
they're using,
It's
you know,
shellfish.
AI, they should probably be getting banned. Has the medkit been taken?
I have no clue. But there's a machine in here.
Nope.
Oh, Ginger took it.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Ginger needs it more, so it's okay.
There's a
Never
tape
mind.
behind you.
Oh, what? Oh yeah, I see it. I'll grab that real quick. I was like, what?
I'm really tempted to just accidentally, you know, turn the corner a little bit too fast on. Oh, not on that, not on you.
Oh my god, what's happening?
On Scraps. I'm very tempted to turn the corner really fast on Scraps.
Fair enough.
Why is the Bonnie song playing again? I literally just listened to it.
I just love that. That's such a good song.
Get the fuck away from me!
Me for parts.
You know what? I'm turning this corner fast. I don't fucking care.
No.
Get the fuck away from me. You know what? Toodles can chase her. Toodles can chase her.
Even the fox didn't go through what I had to bear. My replacement is blue.
She took Toodles, by the way.
Yeah, I have Toodles on me, by the
Yeah.
way. Sorry. I saw some tape, so I'm not going in that corner for it. Screw it. Oh, there's tapes here, though. I'm going.
Get your tapes.
I already had my tapes from Toodles, and I'm not doing back there with like no stamina. So.
I hope this Scraps dies. There it is. Oh shit, we have 3. I hate how I haven't let anybody fucking die. Even the one that I do want to go.
Why is Ginger next to me? I'm scared.
The fuck does she mean I freeze you, Louie?
What is happening?
The fuck does she? Okay, she wants to. Okay.
Huh?
Okay, she just blew an air horn. She took him. She took him herself.
Oh, she's gonna die. She's gonna die.
Fine a fucking Lee. That was her fault. That was her fault. She wanted to take the Twisteds. That was her fault. Not mine. Finally. She's fucking gone. Thank you, Ko-Fi-Bot!
Thank you, Ko-Fi-Bot!
Your hitbox is immaculate. Hello?
I gotta look for tapes. I keep
That's what I
forgetting that I
can
have a
do.
tape to look at.
Woo.
I think someone picked up all the tapes.
Whoopsies.
Oh.
I didn't noopsie.
Yeah, I know.
I fucked up.
Yeah, I know.
Get your tapes. Get your tapes.
I did.
I don't know. I was gonna do the thing where I just go like that and then just fucking got hit.
No stam rip.
Last night I was like in the run that I was playing, it ended up like I ended up like with a it ended up being me, Pebble. I think it was oh fuck, I forgot who it was. I think it was a Tisha. And I think there was a Cosmo or a Sprout, one of those two. I'm gonna use my...
Oh, sorry, I went after you for a second. My bad. Who's on 1 HP?
Me.
Why are you on 1 HP?
Because...
Want me to heal you?
Yeah. I want to save my heals still. Thank you!
Welcome.
Yeah, it was yesterday. It was yesterday. At like 11? Yeah, it was like really late last night. Were you in it? Were you one of the people in the runs? If so, who were you?
Dude, I cannot find a single fucking machine. It's too dark.
Because I think it was like 12 for me. Oh, you were the Sprout. Dude, Pablo did not know. Okay, yeah. It was, oh wait, yeah, it was you, a Pebble, a Boxton, and then me. I think it was Boxton. Right? It was the pro. It was the floor for the 57. Yeah. Yeah. Are you in this run? No, you're not. Yeah,
I don't think anyone's in the room.
Pebble did not know stealth. Just my brother said a curse word.
Rip.
There's also a bottle of pop over here. Do you... Job?
Job.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh,
no.
I have a job.
The biggest curse word of them all.
Oh my
Job.
god. Get to the elevator! Job.
Job.
Job, oh my god.
I've never been more scared of my life.
Employment. I don't think everybody's in.
Yeah, without it. Yeah, no one, not, yeah, no.
Guess what?
Oh, what the fuck? What? Employment.
Have a job. I'm employed.
My
I am employed.
Gamble. Ah.
With benefit.
With hello?
Yeah, medical and dental.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I need to find Boxton and...
Dude, literally, I have Boxton.
Oh. Hi.
Hi, here's your
Now
box.
I literally have Boxton.
Yeah. After Boxton was latched onto me and I latched
I
on.
need to find... I already have Shrimpo. I need to find someone else.
I think it's Poppy. They're not good
Hi,
at- oh wait, no, it's
Tisha.
Tisha. They're not good at Ellie.
Oh, Tisha. I'm gonna grab you. I got you. Let's fucking go. Why is Pebble barking?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, hey, what's up?
Ah, you know, nothing much. What's up with you?
Oh, nothing much. What's up? What about you?
Ah, you know, nothing much.
I just realized, where the fuck did Shrimpo go?
Good question. I don't
Um,
know. I skill checked out, so
I think you
you
failed
know,
a
it might
skill
come
check.
running. I did fail a skill check. It might come running.
Shrimpo, get your ass back over here. Jesus.
How did you lose Shrimpo?
He's slow.
I know, but how?
He's so
How did
fucking
you?
slow.
I know, but how did you lose him so fast?
I am honestly kind of excited
Why?
about the Shrimpo optimization, and then, like, literally a week later,
Yeah.
I think Pebble can dodge them. Yeah. I'm honestly pretty excited about them. We're so Sigma.
What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm with brain rotted people.
We're so
Get away
Sigma,
from me.
we're so skibbity.
Get away from me.
Skibbity bop. Oh hey, I give you a nose.
Great.
Like, first
just
try.
what I needed. Great. Just what I needed, a nose.
You have a nose. Oh, you have a Shelly on you.
Great.
You
Just
have
what
a-
I needed.
I can't. Blonde. I can't see shit. I have
Dude, I
tissue.
need to make sure I have Yada on me.
I'm in the room. The favorite room.
I was in the toy. Yada's on.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yada's on the loose.
Oh, I gotta find her then. I don't know where I'm going. I hate this map so much. And I can't see Blunt, so if I die to Blunt... I think someone died. Poppy died.
Who did I heal in accident?
I don't know. There are 2 machines that broken.
I gotta call this down. I'm like, okay, so I do know this person. Hi, June.
Oh,
Like, I do know this person.
oh, there's Toodles too! Oh my gosh, Toodles is here.
Oh my lord.
I took him for Pebble. Pebble's probably gonna be like raging. Like, why the fuck did you take my Austin? That's how bro was like earlier. I honestly want to see what his new like walk and run animation's gonna be like. And his skin. I'm excited for his skin.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see.
You know, out of context, that kind of sounds strange.
It does.
I'm
yeah.
excited for his skin. I want to know
That's
what it's
weird.
gonna be.
You can't be asking people about their skin, brother.
Can I have your skin? I would really like to have your skin. Break in a minute. Oh, hell yeah. Give me money.
Give me money. It's so
Give
wild.
me your money.
Give me your fucking money.
You just got Shrimpo Mastery. Congratulations. I refuse to get that. I hate doing machines, and I hate doing them especially as Shrimpo.
It's not bad if you have the blots trinket and then the anything else to
Yeah,
do
give
with speed.
us
It's
money.
not bad.
Give me your money. Oh my god, I cannot see Toodles. Shit, where am I going?
Oh my god.
Thank you. I cannot see.
Welcome.
I can't see shit. How many tapes do you have?
200.
Bro has 200. Now you have none.
You know, I don't have any yet.
Now you have none.
Yeah.
Time's up is here.
Great.
I was about to heal you. No. Holy cannoli. Your high floors for Shrimpo is 18. Oh, wow.
That's not bad. I don't even know mine.
How do you survive more than a floor? Me? Or Shrimpo? Oh, wait, they're talking to Shrimpo. They're talking to the Shrimpo.
Yeah.
Lock in. Yeah, we gotta lock in.
Blackout. Oh, good luck.
It's a
I
blackout.
wish you guys the best. I wish you guys the best of luck.
I have to try. Oh, hydrate. He's over there that way. Who is that? Who is it? Who is it? Okay, Brusha. I have Poppy, Brusha. I need one more, and I'm going to hydrate real quick. Hi, Shelly. Shit, I did not pick up that. Okay, hydration. That's actually pretty good. Especially since it was 78 cents. I'm trying to find the other one. I don't know who the other Twisted, the other Twisted is. So be careful, there is one Twisted loose. I already know it's Dial. Dial's one of them that's loose.
Hey, you should totally go distract Diane.
He caught on to somebody earlier, it looks like. Hi, Ginger. I already have Poppy, and I have Brusha. Who else is here? Oh. Oh, shit. It's Boxton. Get the fuck over here, Boxton. Jesus. Can you read my chat for me?
No.
Oh.
No. Dude, I'm not on your stream.
Oh.
I'll try going on your stream. Whoopsie, I'm sitting in the right boy.
What? He's pissed. He was chasing somebody. Was he chasing Ginger? Oh, shit, shit.
Lyle, I will
shit,
find you.
shit,
What is happening?
Shit, shit, shit. I'm just going to go. I'm gonna go this way. Okay, oh, he was chasing Shelly.
Oh no.
You died floor 1. I don't know, man. I have so much skill. Nuh-uh, hydrate for confidence. You're just good at skill check. Stay calm, stay calm. Had a 9 to 5. Hey, this song definitely... I'm not locking in. I'm not locked in right now. That's
Good luck
fine.
in.
Adrenaline. That's fine. That's fine. There's a shadow in my ball.
Hello? What?
I wanna use the air horn so badly. It'd be funny. But also it'd probably kill
Every
people.
time you die. Yeah, don't do it.
Die to dial. He's kind of close. But which way is he going? Is he turning or is he going straight? Because if he goes straight... Oh. No, he's going the other way. If you're still wondering about Shrimpo, just stay out of sight from Distractor. Do machines. Stay calm. Stay calm. Are you ready for Lazarus Pizza? What's this? Looking at the night guard. And don't do circle machines. Oh man, I want to do some circle machines though. Stay calm.
I mean, you can if you have the mind
Stay
makeup.
calm. Stay calm. Yeah. Stay calm. Uh-oh. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I have the light glitch. I have merch somehow. Go check it out. Yippee. You haven't played him all in a hot minute. His SC's skill check is the same as Cosmo's, right? I think so.
Yeah.
Because they're both
It
1
is, yeah.
star.
Yeah.
So just get your Shrimpo practice in with Cosmo.
Unless you want a girl boss, I just play Shrimpo.
Honestly, I don't know if I should play Minecraft tonight. I think I'll just do like a longer stream tomorrow since I do have like off the next day. And then the day after I'll do the a longer version of the shrimp update. Just seeing like what he's got. Okay, he's approaching. How many people are still alive, by the way?
I don't know. Let me look. You, Ginger, Shelly, Pebble. That's it.
Oh. I'm so alive.
Nah, you're dead, Jin. Shush. I'm joking.
I like how Pebble was calling this run shit whenever like we first joined. Even though it was like floor 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And now they're not even saying stuff. They're barely even saying things now.
It's because they were upset they couldn't distract.
Right. Yeah, last night whenever we were playing and got to floor 28, what was kind of funny is it was my friend Sergio's second ever run. And he died at floor 17. So I got a brand new Poppy, no trinkets, no nothing, to floor 27.
Nice.
And he was like, oh, it's like Dead by Daylight. And I'm like, yeah.
That's what I tell everyone. I'm like, it's kind of like Dead by Daylight. No one seems to believe me on that either. I'm like,
yeah, we were on call too. So we were like chatting and then because the first ever run we did, we both like he died and then I just decided to die to elevator because he was not gonna make it. And I was like, guys, I swear I'm a good distractor. And then the next run we do, it's like, holy cow, we got to floor 28 and I distracted the entire time. And then it got to 12 a.m. and so I had to go to sleep because I had work at 7:30 a.m. I still didn't go to sleep until about 1 or 2. I had to wake up at like 6. I was tired. I actually mixed the white monster with some blue Powerade. That was honestly pretty good. Hello! Anybody need any dial research? If so, I will... Anybody need any dial research?
oh my fucking
You've
God,
never survived a dial floor? Really?
Nice.
I'm kind of shocked. I think bro's jealous because we survived.
Who's jealous?
That's why we're goated. Your life flashed before your eyes. It's front floor. Hell yeah. Oh, fuck. I wonder why the lighting's all messed up. I have gone into the lore room before, during Panic. It was really fun. Oh, it's R&D.
Where's my super suit?
Oi! Get the fuck away from Shelly.
I am your wife. I'm the greatest good you're ever gonna get.
This run doesn't suck. I was gonna say like something like this run does suck now, doesn't it? I was gonna say something like that, but then I just said, oh shit, 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 shit. Get the fuck over here, get the fuck over here. I see them chasing somebody. Who are they chasing? I do not know. Where are they? I see Shrimpo. In a blackout too. I can't see anybody else. I need to find one more at least.
Unless it's a character. Or
I do not know where the Twisted is.
I don't know. I don't know.
Bro has to go AFK.
Shelly is AFK.
10 out of 10 commentary, and I don't know if I'm joining or not. It's just that good. Where is the other Twisted? I do not
I think
know.
it's Razendaz.
Yeah, I know it's Razendaz. But there should be another one. Yada, yada, yada.
Oh.
Get your ass over here. Jeez. Fuck, I took a stamina candy and not the fucking capsule. Okay, I got Poppy, I got... There's Razendaz. You're gonna crash out. Is it because we survived the dial floor without you? Stretch.
Wild.
I'm stretching my back. Ugh. There's a machine over here, by the way. I'm gonna just chase you.
Don't chase people, that's rude.
Thought your phone would help, but nope. Yeah. Woo! Don't forget to join the Discord! Do not forget to join the Discord if you have not joined. It's starting to get more good. And, you know. Half done.
Yeah.
Guys. Guess what?
What?
Hold up. When it does it. Just waiting. We're just waiting. We're waiting for this. I like how my runs have just been a place that I've just started, like, advertising my Twitch channel. I'm like, guys, I'm live on Twitch. Or like, guys, I'm gonna stream soon. Your cool, awesome distractor's gonna stream. Like, ooh. Because I only do, like, I'm scared of doing Blush Crunch runs, because while I am a good distractor for public runs, I don't think I'm a good enough distractor for a Blush Crunch run. Plus also, I only play with Louis now. Do y'all know the artist on TikTok, Hijinks? The Dandy World artist
I think
named
Shelly's on
Hijinks?
Ottawa.
What?
I said I think Shelly's on Ottawa.
Is Shelly on Autowalk? Let me check real quick. I do not know.
I don't know either.
I can't tell.
Shelly is not back.
If you look on their story, you can see the whoever ordered 3 Louis stickers. I'm scared for you. That was me. I did that. I thought it was really funny last night. It still is very funny.
Why do you want Louis stickers? I know you're a Louis main, but why 3?
It was funny. I was gonna try to buy more, but then I was like, I don't want to spend like $25.
How big are these stickers anyways? Are they like medium sized or small?
They look pretty large actually. You went into a separate run and are playing as Distractor Louis because yes. Why not 3? Literally, why not 3? One's gonna go on the Sun and Moon Shrine, and then one's gonna go, probably, like, on my computer. And the other one, I'm just gonna have $25 would have been worth it. Yeah, but at the same time, I kind of need to be saving money. Because my Gmo's wanting to try to take me on a cruise, like, sometime next year.
Damn.
Yeah.
He's not back. I think Shelly's on Ottawa.
I think she is. I'm kind of nervous, though. I think Shelly is on Ottawa, though. I'm listening to the, It's the it's the FNAF song. It's the actual.
Shelly.
Yeah, cause yeah, Shelly is AFK currently. You
I
hate
hate
her
her
so
so
much?
much.
Oh gosh. Don't do
Damn.
that. Don't do that. Gasp.
Guys, hate is a strong word. Just say dislike.
Yeah. Hate is a very strong word. Let's go ahead and not do that.
That's such a strong word. Damn.
Bro said, how dare you?
Use the word loaf. Or loathe. Or loaf? Yeah. Whatever. I don't remember the
It's
thing
fishy.
that my teachers always said. Don't say hate. It's such a strong word. Use this word instead.
You wanna know bread.
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 You wanna know what I
Bread.
hate?
What?
That's scraps.
Yeah.
Louis go. Brr. Bro, I'm chasing my best friend.
Wild. Bread for a while.
I
What
think
is
the
happening?
worst like floor one I've ever had was both Goob and Scraps floor one. And thing is, I did not I was not in the mood. I think I was sick at that time, and I did not want to like count both of them at the same time because that would have just confused the fuck out of me. Bro, what is Shelly doing? Taking a full ass shit? Bro has to go. Pebble has to go. Dang. Dang. Pebble's dead. Shelly, you killed Pebble.
I really don't think that they had to go. I think they just said that so they can go to a different run. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I think that's what happened. Shelly's still not back. She's missing out. What is she missing out on?
Just finish the machines and see if she's auto walking. If she's not, we're gonna cry. Because that'll mean that we only have 2 people that are alive.
Yeah. Sorry I died. I'm sorry.
TV. 6, 7. One time we were
Shut
doing
the
a block
fuck up.
hunt. We got on floor 1 and everybody died to him except 3 people. It was a fun run. It was a full run too.
Alright, let me go spectate Shelly. Pop it.
Pop it.
Oh, she's not auto walking. She's not auto walking.
Oh shit!
She's not auto walking.
Oh shit! Shelly, Shelly, no!
I repeat.
Guys, we fucked up.
Told you. Well,
Shelly, we fucked up. No, no, we fucked up. We fucked up. Watch her come back the moment that she's dead.
Literally,
oh
like,
gosh.
Oh no.
I love how y'all say pop it, and my team pops our last machine. We fucked up. We fucked up.
I blame Sid for this too. I count Sid accountable for this.
Don't hold me. I'm blaming you. I'm blaming
I didn't do it.
You're the one that popped the machine, actually.
Yeah. We'll blame.
Get Pebble and V. We'll just get like the most fucked twisted combo. Oh, hey Toodles, it's Connie. V I know is here.
Baby.
V saw me. Hi V.
He's bucking me out.
Hi Connie. Where is this other twisted?
Oh well. Oh well.
You know, one time I was distracted. Oh shit! Oh shit! I am so sorry. Fuck. Owie. I'm sorry. Thank you, but I'm sorry.
I decorated the cookie myself. Gives a part of her heart. I decorated this
Just
cookie.
found out I
Connie.
died. I am so sorry.
It's
We
Connie.
thought you were. We thought. Well, there should be a fourth one.
It's Ginger's fault.
It's Ginger's. It's Ginger's fault.
Literally goes, not my fault. It's Ginger's fault.
They told me to do it. The voices.
I did not. I would never.
The voices have told you it wasn't us. It wasn't us.
It wasn't us. But
Chat, y'all got
shut
my
up.
back, right? Chat, y'all got my back.
I'm in Sid's chat, so I concur. It was not Sid's fault.
It was not my fault. I was distracting. Thank you, Go My Bot.
Thank you, Go
Plus, it took so long. Nope. Yep, they're agreeing with me. I did not do nothing. I did nothing. I am an innocent little boy. I am an innocent
See,
rock boy.
and Ginger said plus you took so long, so technically they agreed that they did do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not our fault.
Man, who was that Shelly loser who died? Not me, that's for sure.
Junebug.
Don't know who else is here.
Maybe Roger.
It might be. What does this capsule say? It's V.
Actually, dude, it'd still be 4, because there's only 2 of you left.
Yeah, that's
I
what
think
I'm
you're
talking
thinking
about. I'm
of
trying to find the
Toy
fourth
17.
one. I've got Toodles and V, there's Connie, but there should be one more that I have not found. Connie is in that machine right there.
Maybe there is only supposed to be 3? I don't know.
I was literally just distracting 4 though. There was 4.
Because we died because Shelly's dead now, mate.
You eat KFC? You ate KFC?
Or I want KFC.
Did you
Our
lose
KFC
one
went bad.
because probably? Oh, treadmill. Hey Ginger, do you want to distract while I do the treadmill one?
The treadmill one's almost done. Shut up. No. Not the no. Immediate no.
No.
All in caps too. That's how you know they're serious.
No. I like how you said, hey, do you want some free art? And I was like, and then you were like, join me. And I was like, okay, but I'm streaming. And you were like, you're streaming? Makes fun of you a little bit. Oh. Oh. Well, guess what I have? 17 Lunchables inside of my fridge.
Dude, without me, can I have some? Or is any of them pizza?
They're all pepperoni pizza.
Yo, give me some. I'll take one.
They're those off-brand ones with the crunch bars.
Yeah, Ma? Sure. Okay. Coming.
They
Jell-O.
were cheap. They were
Hell.
very cheap. They're good. I bring them to work. Donate to the chat. I cannot. They are for my lunch at work. Because they've been having me run racks. And the thing is, so whenever I'm running a rack, basically what a rack is, it's 100, 6, 7. There's 100 pieces of clothes on each racks. And like my manager earlier, she was like, hey, listen, you need to run more racks because your coworkers are complaining that you're not running any. And so I decided to be like, okay, I'm going to be petty. I'm gonna run 7 in one day. And then I've just been running 7. Like, I've been running like 5 to 7 racks a day. Thing is, each rack has 100 pieces of clothes. Meaning I'm running 700 pieces of clothes a day, basically. Almost basically. Hey, should we start priming the machines? Oh, fuck. Oopsies. I hate Toodles. I hate Toodles so much. I don't like Toodles. Oh. Time to use this finally. This is my very first medkit that I had floor 0. I had floor 0. Yes. You are not alone. Masks that we wear, pretend they aren't there. 'Cause you can only hide for so long, so long, so long. Why won't you spend the night? Won't you find there's evil that lives inside? Spend the night, then you'll find there's evil that lives inside. Spend the night. Ooh. Hi, Shupo. Hi, Astro. Then you'll find there's evil that lives inside. It's you. Fuck you. Fuck. Oh yeah, I was at 3 actually. Never mind. Never mind. You're good. It's spooky month. Guess who's around? It's Poppy. It's the second main of the run. Last night we were literally getting mains left and right. Spooky month has arrived. One of my chatters, I forgot who it was, but like they were like October 30th, and they were just like, it was very concerning. Alright, chat, who's your favorite FNAF animatronic? My top 3 are Funtime Foxy, Monty, and Mangle, in that order. I got obsessed with Sun and Moon. I have an entire Sun and Moon shrine. Toilet Bunny? Toilet Bunny. Mine is the Springtrap. I'm a what the fuck? Oh, what the hell? Huh? What the fuck? What the hell? Why? Why? Are you kidding me? No, it was please check your internet connection. I didn't get banned. My run! My fucking run! Let's go to the room where it happened, I guess. That sucks. We were at floor 16, bro. We weren't even at floor 20. That sucks. Just meet me in the room where it happened. Honestly, you really hope the last tune is a bat or a black cat? You'd grind for hell and back to get that. You know, what I just realized... Sure. What if... What if... What if the main is the child? You low-key want to eat? You better not go. No! No! Damn it. Yeah, it's the 10th of October. Ad break? Oh my gosh. We'll have to like wait until the ad break's over. Give me money! Give me your money! Why is Sprout just staring at us? Oh. Or auto walk and a run. You scare me. What is Cosmo doing? What the hell is Cosmo doing? What the fuck was that? I think Cosmo's lagging or something. I don't know. And he told me you're an organ donor. Oh yeah, I should probably accept that. Because you don't have a way to join me. And I've been in a couple runs with you already. How do I fucking do this? How do I do this? Notifications? No. Connect? Yes. Accept. Yeah, you can. Started. He's watching because somebody purple murdered me. Somebody purple moitered me. I tried opening my drink. My cap is already off. Okay, let's go like fully into the room where it happened. That's terrifying. We're only playing. We just wanted to make a few new friends. Louis is staring at us. Bye bye, Louis. Bye bye, butterfly. Are you back? Homie? Damn it. So long ago, I know, baby. Join the animatronic family. Open real soon. Try your best to hold on to sanity. Come get to know me. My internet is tweaking, dog. Food. Food. Us for a bite. Da, 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 da. Wait, what if we do the thing where it's wait. You can see it progressively getting darker in here. That's wild. Also, I need a new webcam. I'm thinking about getting the one that Zero Byte has because it's kind of funny. Hello. Let me quickly. we already have a run of 7. Holy shit. That's wild. I have it, but it doesn't work on the stream. Wait, have what? Tempted to be Astro. I always do pretty good with with an Astro Sprout duo. Twitch. Stupid long ads. I am literally 19! I am literally 19! Waiting for Twitch chat. What run? Waiting for Twitch chat. What run is this? We are waiting. Wait, I sound 15? No, I don't. I do not sound 15. Twitchlings. Hell yeah. I like Showtime. Hold up, let me clear my voice. Let me clear my throat real quick. let me just quickly. I am literally 19 years old. Let me just quickly. This is my apartment. I have a light. I have a snail. What does that say? I need that snack. Ah, jump scare. I am not. I legitimately have an apartment. This is literally my apartment. Like, let me get the remnants of my snack. This is literally my apartment. I can literally. Hold up. Let me move that. I can literally walk outside. What was that? Oh, my chair. I can literally walk outside. See? It's the outside. It's literally outside. I can literally go touch grass whenever I want. I can also show you. The 17 Lunchables I bought yesterday. The 17 Lunchables. It's an entire box. It is an entire box of Lunchables. It's an entire box of Lunchables. I have an entire box of Lunchables. I also went to the Will Wood concert. If you guys don't know, you have to be 18 or older to go to a Will Wood concert. And then, my ride to work, I do not have a car, but I have an e-bike. I can flash y'all with the flashlight as well. Get flashed, guys. Get flashed with flashlight. I literally have my own apartment. I should probably plug it in too. Also, I'm gonna turn that shit off. Cause my snail is nocturnal. You love Will Wood? Dude, my main, like, a lot of my playlist is Will. Where the hell did the top of my fucking earbuds go? Oh my gosh, I keep on losing them. Hold up. Where do y'all keep going? Oh, there's one. Where are the other ones? I don't even know. I found the purple one, though. It's the purple guy. Why are they saying don't eat? I'm scared. But yeah, purple is also my favorite color, if you haven't noticed. Might get this in, thank you. But yeah, speaking of Will Wood, let me quickly grab this real quick. There goes Susan. This is my favorite thing that I have made for the Will Wood concert that I went to. Let me quickly just show y'all. I knitted this and then I embroidered on it. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. My favorite Will Wood album, I would have to say Everything Is a Lot. I actually have some of the merch from the thing. Let me grab it real quick. Quickly just grab my CDs that I got from the concert. I got the Self-It. We are right now. I have to go with Will Wood. I have Selfish. I have the Normal album. And I have Everything Is a Lot. I'm honestly thinking, for my first tattoo, I'm honestly thinking about getting a tapeworm from the Will Wood and the Tapeworms Everything Is a Lot album. Oh yeah, let me put on my beanie. It's my Will Wood beanie. Let's get smaller. It was Manus. Is it in my ear? Oh my god, my earbud thingy was in my ear. This shit was in my ear. Well, I found it. Oh, you gotta go. What am I doing, guys? What am I doing? There we go. Hi, guys. This is just how we're gonna do the rest of the stream. Come on. Oh, you gotta make eggs real quick. I forgot to get eggs from my Gmos. It's kind of funny. Oh yeah, I can do this really weird thing with my eyes, by the way. It's kind of funny and it like messes with my friends sometimes, like especially in real life. Like I can literally make my eyes go like that. It's kind of funny. It's very funny. It's very funny to me. I need to get a new face cam honestly. I really do. they're messing with their stream. I look over, they're messing with their stream right now. Yeah, I am. Y'all want to go squish? Let's go squish. Squish Sidian. Just in the middle of the screen. This is my distracting cam.
Okay, I'm back.
You should look at stream.
I'm looking at stream. Oh.
Sure.
So,
Tasma can
why is there a
join.
bunch of Louis?
What?
There's a bunch of Louis and everything.
There's a bunch of wait, where?
I think? Am I wrong?
What?
Dude, I don't know. I can see no more in your stream.
What?
Oh. I thought I saw like a whole bunch of Louis.
No. I said look at my stream.
I did! I am!
Do you see this? Do you see what I'm
Yeah!
doing?
I see! Why are you stretched out like that?
I love doing this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, give me a minute.
What if this is just how I do it? I can't see. Oh my gosh. Just every so often I just go. That would be hilarious. We should have like face cam. We should have Obsidian
I don't know if
face
everyone's here or
cam.
not.
What?
I don't know if everyone's here or not, mate.
What?
Sid, I don't know if everyone's here or not.
Is everyone here? I think Shiny Dino might be, It's been a while. It's been a while. We've just been messing with stuff. It's funny.
I had to go to
They're
my mom
making
for some dinner, and then I had to feed the dog, grab a shopping list notepad for my mom.
I showed chat the 17 boxes of Lunchables I've got.
Nice.
Girls and boys. Gigi on the board. Gigi on the board. Yo, I fucking hate her. I hate her so much. Fuck you.
Right.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm streaming right now.
I like this wall. Oh, Britney's back.
What?
Britney's back.
Alright. I don't think Goob's back.
I don't think so either.
Girls
Do I look pretty? Do I look like a real boy, Papa?
Bro says eggs are almost done. They're almost done. I don't like Gigi. I hate Gigi. You need to hurry. You need to hurry. We are waiting on you now. Hydrate. Okay, I have strawberry lemonade Powerade. Gambling.
Lemonade, 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 lemonade.
Hydration. think that might have been the first hydration I've done. You swear you're gonna do. Why are there so many people in here? Holy shit.
Mhm.
There's 2, 4, 6, 8. This is a whole run. Gambling. You know what? Let's make a poll. Or like let's make a prediction. It's Autism King. Oh my gosh. America Brusha Poppy Cosmo Edition. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that one. Prediction.
Y'all did a prediction without me? I can't believe this.
Hold up. Yo, it's been so long. Bonk. Oh, they're back. Never mind. I can't do a prediction anymore.
Damn.
I was trying to do a prediction on how long they would take, and then suddenly, yeah. Let's go to the Astrovader. Let's not be Bright Near Shrimpo, please. I don't want to distract with a Bright Near Shrimpo. Oh shit, I don't think Eclipse joined.
Oh.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Who is Potato?
Mm.
We did. We lost Eclipse.
No.
Who the hell is Potato? They
Mate, how am I
fucking
supposed to-
left.
Bruh.
Can you not be Shrimpo?
Please, just
No.
go, please.
No.
Already have a ticket equipped for him, please. I'll stay out the way, please.
I don't want you to be Shrimpo, please. I don't want you to be Shrimpo.
Wait, please, I'll stay out the way, please.
I don't want you to be Shrimpo. Please,
Please.
no. Please no. Please no. No, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. You
You'll
need
be
to be
fine.
Astro, please.
You'll be fine.
No! I need a ring light, or else, like, I can just do, like, this, and just be like, yeah. That's how we're gonna do it. We have a flashlight. We have a flashlight in our face. That's how we're gonna game. Yeah, Potato was the one
Nice.
that joined in. Redemption arc for me. It is Brusha and Poppy. Monster. I'm gonna drop a heart. Oh shit, you were already in the way.
I didn't even do anything!
They literally went
This is
right
slander!
to you.
This is slander!
It is not slander. This is the truth.
This is
I speak the
slander.
truth and only the truth.
This is slander, gang.
Okay,
I didn't do
need
jack
to... Is
off.
anybody in that room where Cosmo's going into?
I don't know where Cosmo is, so.
Okay, I'm going into this room. You better not be in there. Okay, Astra said no. I'm going to drop a heart inside of this room, and it's already basically formed. Holy shit, I am out of acid. Whoopsies. I forgot to look at my stamina.
Bruh.
Oopsies. Shit, shit, shit. Get the fuck over here, Brusha. Get your ass over here.
See, I'm not even in the way! You're failing on your own!
Hitbox! Hell yeah! Update on... Thank you. Progress on the last machine. Rerun.
I'm on it. If that tells you anything.
I mean, all of chat's in here at least.
Like, I'm on it if that
Besides
tells you
Cosmo.
anything.
You almost choked on your
I almost
food.
choked on my food. Like, I'm on it if that tells you anything.
Do you want
thank
aggro
you, Goop.
tapes? Oh wait, you're not fucking Sprout. Oh my gosh. Sprout, I'm
Yeah,
giving
I'm
you
not
aggro
Sprout.
tapes.
Freaking Shrimpo, mate. Sprout's in the elevator. I don't think they
No
want
one
that.
gets stammed this elevator. Not when
You proud of me?
aggro tapes.
I wasn't in the way. Don't you dare say I fucking was, I swear to God.
What are they? He has a fucking band-aid? Are you kidding me?
Damn. Oh my god, one of my friends is streaming! I'm ditching your stream for a different stream.
How fucking dare you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you want aggro tape? Wait, like yesterday. Like, did you get them different from me yesterday, or did you just grab them the same? There's a tape over here.
Why are you right there?
I am literally gathering them up. Hold your horses, Shrimpo.
Bastard!
Said the one that's literally ditching my stream. I can't believe you. Can't believe you. Can't believe you.
No.
Foot 1. Yes. Dandy 1 foot. Everybody, what is y'all's high floors?
You don't get it anymore.
Dude, I already know yours. I got you to yours. Yours is 39. Technically 38, because you died 39. Damn, 90. I can't believe that, dude. Because I got to floor 36, and then you survived until floor 39. Slay! Oh shit, we do have a goop.
I want the tapes. Thank you.
You want the tapes too?
Yeah.
Died to Dial as Sprout in a duo.
Listen, I didn't freaking single machine. Yes, I wanted those tapes. I don't want to hear your
Who
voice.
made it to floor 30? 40?
I'm being rude to Astro.
99 tapes. 99 nights in the forest? I'm scared to do a Blush Crunch run.
What's the Blush Crunch run?
Where you're in the Blush Crunch server, like in the Discord.
Oh, yeah. No, this is my machine! Screw off!
Screw off. You're probably gonna be the last to be done. Unless if you have Viva.
I have a valve that I'm not using.
Discord runs are hit or miss, to be honest. Really? Tape!
Yeah.
Brooke said, tape! Near a band near the shelves of books. AKA the middle. Nice. There's a jawbreaker here.
Damn, I am the last one. You know what? It's okay. I still get tapes out of it.
Did you activate
Get
R&B?
down of it!
OMG, your stream is like 20 seconds delayed. You just realized, oh shit. Okay, I'm gonna make my way. I'm running. Make sure that when you get into the elevator that you get to the back so that the goob can pull people.
Oh, like I said,
you,
I'm a
Danny.
kid.
I'm going to drag you by your little green pedal on the very bottom of your fucking head.
Damn.
On the back of my bike, going down the sidewalks in my city, because those sidewalks are so horrible. You're literally going to, like, get... Hello, only 20 seconds. Mine is like a full minute. God damn. I'm gonna make this moon very murderous. I'm also gonna murder Dandy.
Damn, what did I do?
You're not Dandy. You're Shrimpo.
Damn, what did I do? Damn,
I think
what
it's
did I
Roger,
do?
so just be careful on what capsules you open. No, it's Yada. Where the fuck is Yada, though? I did not see Yada.
I don't know, I'll let you know if I scream for my life.
If you scream for your life.
Yeah, I'll let you know if I cry.
Where's Yada? Yada! I am walking around the map real quick. Air horn?
Goob has Yada.
Where?
Goob has Yada.
Where?
Goob's
I
on
want
broken.
I want.
Goob's at broken.
I want the air horn. I want the air horn.
I
You're
want the
fake.
stamina
The
candy.
little
my
room. The little room near fake. I can't go in there. Shrimpo's in there. Get out
Let
of
me
there.
move
Get
real
out of there.
quick. Just
Move,
give me a minute. I'm out of
move,
stamina.
move.
I can only move so fast. There.
Getting
I'm
my
out your
air
way.
horn. I'm an air hornaholic.
I know you're
Give me the air
Gotcha.
horn. I would like the air horn. Yoink! I
Damn it.
got the air horn.
I'm out
I
of
have the air horn.
stamina.
L,
Ah!
imagine.
Thank you, Goob. I'll move to the back. Thank you. I'm going in timeout. I didn't do a single
Going into
machine.
timeout. Yo, thank you for the.
Actually, I want those tapes.
Thank you for the follow, Scarly Cat. I thought that said Salem Cat. I'm not gonna lie.
How dare there be another cat in chat? How
Stam for
dare
you all. Thank you,
How
Astro.
dare they? How dare they? How dare they?
Bro's crashing out. Bro's actively
How
crashing out.
dare there be another cat in this chat?
Lol, imagine. I thought that said Bella Boo Boo. Astro
Oh,
being useful. Shrimpo and Louie.
Let me get to a machine. I'd like to use my goddamn freaking valve. Hoarding my inventory.
It's homie Dewey.
Oh shit.
Be careful of where you are. I'm going to be in this very small area.
I'm out of stamina. Thank you. Let me use this goddamn.
Can you join my next
You know what else
run?
is scary?
It depends
Yeah.
on if
Here.
it just mainly depends on if if everybody else is already there. Honestly, I'll just do another. I'll do another run, depending on like how fast. Everyone's like med kit, guys, med kit. I have an air horn.
You know what I
would,
have?
I'd probably.
I have a free slot in my inventory.
I have a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass.
Hello?
How do you feel about
Can
that?
you not shove jelly beans in your ass?
Honestly, I kind of want to try it animating, like, to the I hate my life and I want to die. I ain't got no iPhone. I was singing that while, like, on my way, because I keep forgetting to charge up my, my headphones. Can I get a pull? Thank you!
Tapes.
Tapes. It'd be nice to the only other Shrimpo. But while I was riding my bike, I was like singing that because I keep on forgetting to charge my headphones, and so it's just like.
Guys, I have a speed
Silence.
Candy now.
You have
I can
speed
be
candy.
I'm still gonna be slow. No, I'm gonna be slow.
He's mean though. He wanted to leave the stream. Yeah. To watch who are you watching? Cheese Beagle?
No, I'm watching Beggle my Ego.
Okay, it's Yada and Cosmo. I'm gonna grab Yada first, and then it looks like Cosmo might be moving to the back area, so I'm just gonna go that way. There are 2 machines in Broken. Oh, hey, Goop. Hell yeah, that was actually an awesome fucking switch. Holy cow. That was a perfect switch. Holy cow. I love when that happens.
No machines near me, god damn it!
What trinkets do you use for Shrimpo, by the way? Right now
I'm using the Vanity and Shrimp and the Blots makeup.
Vanity Mirror and Blots makeup. My makeup.
Yep.
Okay.
Blots makeup and the Vanity Mirror, yeah. Because I'm faster, but also when I put my skill check, no one hears me.
Yeah.
Hopefully it works on dial.
Yeah. Surprisingly, like this stream, my ping's like 93. Compared to like a week ago whenever it was like in the 200s. Gimme pull. Yippee. Get your Bro has to get his tapes. No, I think I want practice.
You know, I think I want rehearsal.
No, I think I want piping tape.
Oh, such a good one. Such a good
choice. It's such a good choice.
My makeup say something.
I wonder what to pick. That's like a B tier.
I think that my makeup does say something on the spell machine, but honestly, I don't know. I don't.
It says
tend to-
it. Think. Oh, it's fucking Toodles. Ugh. And Shrimpa,
Right.
are you kidding me? One of the faster
Adds up.
ones and one of the slower ones. Are you kidding me? There are 2 by broken.
Okay, I'll go do it. I'm joking.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
What if I just did?
Ad break in progress. Now I just think
What
you picked the wrong ones.
What if I did go to
Hugging Shrimp and V/Louie to Ellie. Hell yeah. Is this just gold? No, it's not. I know this one. I know this one. I think. Wait.
I think you're suffering me. I think you're gonna have
attraction. It's just gold! Sold! Attraction.
dumbass.
It is. I was like, is this just gold? It is. Oh my gosh. I'm going through my, like, FNAF phase. Holy cow. I found out about, Five Nights at Freddy's whenever I was in elementary school. And, Burger King.
Damn, bro, got a Burger King ad.
Hell yeah.
Give me those tapes!
Give me your
No!
money. Give me your money.
Yeah, give me your money. Give me your money to work. Give me your money.
What's in the shop?
Band-Aid, Speed Candy, and Choco.
Is it chocolate bar or oh, okay.
Just
You can always Twitch
How does it
Prime.
I would have said Bach, mate.
You can always Twitch Prime. Oh, you fucker. Fuck you. Don't pick it up. Wait. 2,
What's happening?
3, 4, 5.
Oh my god,
6,
this is Louie.
7, 8, 9, 10. I fucking hate distracting her. She's so fast and for why. Oh, hey, watch out.
I don't know. Yeah, I got it. This is Louie somewhere, by the way. You just want me to stay at Good Alley?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll stay at Good Alley. I'll be out the way. I'll be out of the way. Like a good shrimp. Like a good neighbor. Shrimp always there.
Okay, I'm distracting her like I distract Pebble, like, with Pebble. I don't want to get robbed.
Cosmo, look, I'm distracting. I know Cosmo can't hear me, but look, I'm distracting.
Okay, I'm just gonna run. I am not going to take her to the Ellie.
Okay.
Fuck, I am out of stamina. Thank you! I didn't want to get robbed. I hate getting robbed. I hate getting robbed. I hate distracting her.
I did it. I was out the way.
I found out about Five Nights at Freddy's because of Survive the Night. And whenever I, like, got, like, super obsessed with it back then, I think I was in, like, 3rd grade. And I shit you not, I tried out for the talent show, freestyle dancing.
What?
Get into the elevator, bro!
I'll go right here. Did I help?
Yeah.
No.
Hold up. How did they... Oh, that's why. I was like, how did they get to Goob immediately? No, they're going to you!
They went to Goop and then they went to me.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm rich somehow. Go check it out.
Yo, you have merch?
Oh my gosh, I do have... I need to make more merch, honestly.
Dude, that's crazy. I want to see what else. Bro, I missed out on gumball opportunity.
Scraps and Goob are easy. Gigi is hard to distract because I never want to get my shit yoinked.
Yeah.
I don't want to get my shit yoinked. I hate distracting her. You have $43?
I'm distracting
You
the...
can literally subscribe. You could bring up my sub, like, you can probably, like, gift subs and then get closer to the sub goal that I have.
Dude, I'm broke. Shut the fuck up.
You could always sub.
Broke. Shut the fuck up.
Subscribe.
I'm broke. Shut the hell up.
Yeah, it is. It is. Ivy. Wee.
Nothing good.
Yeah, I was literally, like, freestyle dancing to survive the night, and they literally stopped me halfway through, and they were like, we have to go, because the bell is, like, rung. I was the last person. Ooh, V. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
Where's V?
Should I stay at Ollie? Should I stay at Ollie again?
I think you'll be fine, because I have train whistle. Okay, I got Cosmo,
Yeah, but
and I'm
it's
getting
me.
V. I'm grabbing V. V, get your ass over here. Don't go that way. Do not go that way. You will die. You will fucking die. Oh, shit.
It's okay, I'm fine. I'm just trying to find a machine.
Do not go that way. Holy fuck.
I can't find a
You will
machine
die.
that's like... All of them are near you! I
Okay,
can't do
I'm at
anything.
a place where you can get that one machine right there.
Which machine?
You're goated at distracting, but you lag way too much and can't distract without.
Okay, let me know a
Shit, they literally
machine,
did it in a
please.
line.
Please watch the elevator.
I don't
but
want
not
to
you.
snort a line of V ads. Jeez. Now a line of Smarty Toast? Yeah.
Can I do that machine? Oh god, am I being given a machine?
You're being given a machine.
Fuck! I dropped my skill check immediately.
And I hear it
Shut
laugh
up.
at you. I heard it laugh at you. It fucking laughs
Oh,
at
it
you,
laughs?
bro. It laughs. The mind
Oh, that's
game-
funny.
There is a tape over here.
Okay,
You think Sprout would notice? You know what? We're just gonna... There's not a tape over here. I lied. There is no tapes in, this one. Pandemonium. Oh shit. You were about to play pressure, play pressure, but, then you remembered this moment where you were in the story, you were reading and it said Pandemonium, and you froze, no joke. You didn't see shit! You saw nothing.
I saw that Lily wild.
Are you in
Did you
the
get hit?
elevator? No.
Yeah, I'm an Ellie. I check your heart. What did you do? I didn't want the tape this time.
Electrician. Oh shit, I need to charge my phone, actually. Oopsies! Well, let me grab this charger. Let me put it right here. Where's my phone at? it's at 6%.
It's funny because mine's at 34. I'm putting mine on the charger.
I'm gonna go into my normal stream playlist again. Brightney, Yada,
Pebble,
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 pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, pebble, where do I go? I'm going over here to my good distraction spot. Be aware.
Yep. Don't worry, I'm on a machine right now. Near Ellie, so.
Do this machine right here. You better stay at the elevator or you will die.
Dude, it's fine. I'm on a machine. It's gonna take me 20 hours to finish the damn thing.
Can someone please do the machine behind me? No, do not heal me. Although I could probably use some stamina. Thank you.
Guys, I did it. I did my mission.
Yeah, I'd rather be at one heart with Pebble, but everybody else I can distract with 2. Be careful, Sprout. I'm gonna lose them. Pop it. Please pop it soon. Woo! I'm so sorry, Goob! I didn't realize you were going that way! Thank you. Holy shit, thank you. I am so sorry, Goob. Oh my god, that was- I had to like, be like, you saw the change in my fucking posture too. Like I was like, okay, let's go to second sightseer. Oh my gosh, that was actually scary.
I have long
weight,
legs.
pressure, probably quality of life still.
Dang, I
Holy
have long
cow.
legs. They're short posts. I realize this when I play a shrimp.
Screaming at the top of my lungs in the confession room. Taken with a pillar of salt. Halt, it's not my fault. The devil made me do it, but I'm also kinda wanted to. I'm a different kind of me. Choose not to follow me.
Oh no, oh no, Boxton, no. Boxton, no, no, no,
I don't know what I can do.
no, 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 no. Stay away from me.
I don't know
I'm
what I
okay.
can do. Okay.
It's okay, he lost me.
Get your ass over here. I'm going to Broken, just
Okay.
so that I'm away from you. Air horn?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, I can't. Can't take that air horn. And maybe wake up from my dreams, yeah. There's a box of chocolate. Oh my god. Lose it, babe, there wasn't much to find. I'm just a psycho, babe, come and go out my mind. I'm only passing through. Whoa, whoa. You know, I think I'm at the point where this isn't considered a public run anymore.
Probably not.
This probably isn't considered a public run anymore.
Probably not. This is my last run, though.
I can't get it. There's also a box of chocolate in that room right there, and I can't get it. Vice versa's virtue, and who I am to choose. Things I do. Yeah. You better hurry, though. Don't pull. Oh, shit. You need to hurry. You need to hurry, Astro. Oh. Big guns go well my mind. I didn't lose it, babe. There wasn't much to find. I'm just a psycho, babe. Come and go out my mind. I'm only passing through. Whoa, whoa. Wait, hydrate. Hydration. We barely have any hydration left, guys. You want the owl house? Okay. immediately run towards, like, the Twisteds. Oh, Goober, can I have my Twisted, please? Thank you! Okay, I need to find one more. I think it's Poppy. Because I got Tisha, Brusha, Louie... Oh shit, Cosmo! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay. I'm going to Broken again. Where are you?
Well, I was going to Broken, but then I tried. I couldn't find any, and all of them were open,
Okay,
which
I'm
means I
going through that weird like side place on Broken, and I'm going in Broken. Yeah, I'm at Broken now.
Yeah.
I keep on hearing like the thing laughing.
It's funny because it's not me.
Someone else has mind makeup then. Wait,
Yeah,
who else
because
has
it's not
mind
me.
makeup?
I don't know. Probably Sprout. Let me check. It's not Sprout. I don't know. Who else has?
I just realized what AOM means. Anyone on
What does that mean?
machine.
Oh.
That makes a
Dude,
lot of sense, actually. You want me to stay,
I didn't
but
even know that.
I fear we'll regret it one day.
Fire.
You better get to the elevator, please. Please.
Not,
When
not Sprout.
someone
It's
says
not.
GTE, get to the LE. Me or you.
Oh, it's Cosmo. Cosmo has it.
Oh, okay, that makes perfect sense. Should we buy? Okay. I was like, I kind of don't want to distract Dandy. He's one of the slowest.
I bought Speed Candy.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, you want me? Where do I hear his music?
What? I don't know. Probably Broken.
Excuse me?
Can I die?
No.
Bruh. I want to do that one. No! Ooh.
I fucked up. You know what?
What did you do?
I'm kind of tempted.
Ah!
Thank you.
Oh my god. Just let me die, for the love of God, please.
Please, no! I still hear Dandy's music.
Dude, I don't know how you hear it.
There we go. Got 3 out of 4, and I got 4 out of 4. Please tell me you're not- okay, you're not dead.
No, I'm on 2 hearts.
We know.
Thank you.
Love
Astro.
kills. There is a machine at Broken.
What's this?
Tears you open. He takes you whole. We got 4 Twisteds. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Shinji, crank that Soja boy.
What the fuck? You're so brain rotted.
It's not even brain rot. Can I eat med? Oh my gosh. There's a machine back there, by the way. You have the thing. Get to the elevator. Get to the elevator.
I can only walk so fast, mate. I go the speed of a goddamn snail.
If I open wide, one of us may get lost inside. Me or you. One of us. Does anybody in chat know of Ride the Cyclone? Or has watched Ride the Cyclone?
I haven't watched it, but I listened to one song.
Which
Technically
one?
2.
Which ones?
I listened to The Ballad of Jane.
Some might say we're released, pushing daisies, desist.
Yeah.
But we
no, you should have held me. You should have left me for dead.
Must be fed.
Damn it.
There's just
I was gonna die.
lingering fear. Oh, my soul, is it here? Or is it rotting somewhere with my head? Oh, my soul. Oh, my soul. Oh my soul, oh my soul.
Irving with everyone, get away from me. Don't come. Nature? Oh my god, I got a freaking stopwatch.
You got a puzzle with 6 output areas, and it's impossible. Oh, we got 5.
It's funny, I have a stopwatch. Why do I have a stopwatch? I don't want a stopwatch!
Hey, there's a band-aid over here.
Nice. I'm fully healed, mate. Throat healed me. For whatever god knows reason.
Okay, there's one more, and then there's also Blot. Oh, hey, Cosmo.
Is this just keep Shrimpo alive round
Basically,
at this point?
yeah.
God damn it. Damn it. Let me die.
Cosmo,
Let
there's a
me
band
die.
behind me. I'm going to my favorite room. Be careful if you are inside of there.
Is it the,
Yeah.
no. Yeah,
It's
next to
the
the maze
Blot
area?
Boy. Oh, it's my little baby boy. I love Blot. Yeah, it's floor 15. Honestly, floor 20 is pretty easy to get to, but then floor, I'd say floor 25 to 30 is sometimes pretty hell, because that's usually when you have, thank you, Government, when you have, like, all 6, all 6
No
twisted.
time on my watch. Damn it. I'm gonna find somewhere to die.
Can y'all beat my high floor 28? We are going to try. 69. We are going to try. Hopefully.
Damn it. I wanna die! Let me die!
No.
Please.
You
Oh,
say stuff is way to go away. Hi, Shrimpo. Hi, Shrimpo.
Hi, I see a machine over here.
Oh. You might
Aw.
you might want to just go to the elevator, honestly.
Yeah, I'm already ill. I got sick.
You're already, oh gosh, how small is it with illness?
I don't know.
That would be
I don't
horrible.
think I want to know. I don't think I want to know, mate. Absolutely not. Damn it, I'm not allowed to die. Fuck.
No, you're not allowed to die.
Darn.
Get
This
to the
is sad,
elevator,
game.
guys.
I'm already at Ellie.
Get to the elevator.
No.
No.
You can't make me.
Hey, what are you doing in here? You're distracting Blot. Come on, guys. You might want to pull Astral
Sprout.
or Sprout.
I got this, gang.
What are you doing?
You're like, I can't outrun them. I have the speed.
Oh my gosh. You're silly. You are silly. You are silly.
I'm so silly. I'm so silly.
You're so
I'm just
silly.
I'm just a
Yes,
silly
this
shrimp.
is the 3008 music. I haven't played that in forever. Nobody wants to play it with me.
Here am I. I refuse to touch it.
I used to play that like back in like 2022, 2023. But I haven't played it since I last played it with like my ex. Okay. I think I see a maid back there. I don't know though. I need to get tissue. Tissue? I need to get tissue.
You need to get tissue?
I need to get tissue. Man, earlier today I was sneezing so fucking much.
God damn it. Killing
Did it
my
laugh
skill
at you?
checks. I don't know, probably. I can't hear my game.
I swear I saw one that was taller than the others. I'm going to... I need to babysit. Hold up. Let me go babysit. I got him. Okay, we got 5. Got him. Just stay away from Glisten's area. Y'all two go to
I don't even know where the fuck he
please.
is. I'm near Good Ellie, and I keep failing my skill checks dial machines. You know, for fuck's sake.
You can say I'm plastered.
Oh my god, Cheese Beagle
'cause
is
I hit
live!
the wall.
I gotta switch over to
I
Cheese.
lost after 20 years in the college brawl. Well, I've been a boozing bastard. They call me Edward 40 hands. I can't touch anyone with an enemy like me. Who I can literally hear you like failing
Shut
all
the
of
fuck
your
up.
skill checks.
Shut up! Shut up! It's a dial machine, leave me alone!
I tried to see the glass as half full. then I'd probably just drink that too. Glass half
What's up?
full, I'd probably just drink that too. I'm gonna use 69. I'm gonna use my med kit just to get rid of it. Sorry if I slur. Take my anxiety and my sobriety. Get to the elevator. So if you see me, please take my keys. I don't wanna be an organ donor. Well, we've had enough power since the blackout started for an EKG for the broken-hearted. I try to see the glasses half full. Why is Cosmo... Bro, get the fuck to the elevator. Get to the elevator. You, get to the elevator. Cosmo, get to the elevator. Cosmo is not getting to the elevator.
At this point, pop it.
Oopsies.
Let them suffer the actions of their
Dude,
consequences.
Cosmo has literally brought Glisten to the elevator. Yeah. This is exactly why.
Guys, I want to do this one. We should do this. We should do Dial. We should do Dial. Yes! We're all dead. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I can die!
Save. No, the fuck. You don't.
Yes, I do.
Save the closest machine for the last. So, oh my god, what the fuck? Did you see that?
No. What was I supposed to see? I'll get this one primed. I'll do the first one prime it because I'm slow as fuck.
Oh,
I'm not gonna lie to
I was
you.
at 3.
Yeah.
I was like, why am I so slow? Huh, I wonder
Yeah.
why.
I wonder
Astro,
why, too.
I am here to save you, Astro. I got him. I think there might be one more twisted.
Problem.
Think, besides Dial. I don't know if there's another twisted.
I'm so glad for my make one.
I'd be too.
Oh no, Goob's dead. Goob's dead. Our
Oh, shit. Goob is definitely dead. I don't have an air horn to save anybody. Because if... Wouldn't he, like... If he's already aggravated, like, because of a failed skill check or something, wouldn't, if you blow an air horn, wouldn't you, like... Why pick Dial when I AFK? Oh! Oh, shit! I didn't realize Goob was
Okay.
AFK.
my bad. I found the first machine. I'll show you right there. Hi.
Me?
Is that your distracting area?
Yeah. I switched between this and the one on the other corner. I'm gonna go ahead and head to the other corner.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like right there.
Because he does, like, I usually switch between this one and the one on the opposite side.
Yeah, I know.
Is always open, the best liars want the truth.
Where's the dialogue?
All night, dreams of It's just skin deep. Ooh, there's a box of chocolates. Don't mind if I do. I see you. There's also a bottle of pop over here.
I know how to play. It's okay. Okay.
Follows home. Bones, bones, bones. Hell, we're all alone. Dial is getting very close for comfort.
Trust me, I know how to
I
kill it.
am going to. Oh god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm going to the woods. Watch out, just watch out, watch out.
Okay, we'll just
Sorry
do it
about
when
that.
you're on
I'm
the
going to the other one.
Yep, it's okay. You're good. Don't worry.
I'm gonna distract by good elevator then. Because he doesn't go here too much, and it's got about 3, not 3, but 2 or 3, usually about 3 routes that you can exit from, because you can exit from going straight, go that way, or go that way.
Yep.
heard your dog bark.
Yeah. It happens a lot.
Yeah. You know, there should be
What
a
happens-
trinket that adds more trinket slots, but it's like super hard to get.
That'd be interesting.
I hear him getting closer. Oh, there he is. Is he gonna go this way? He is. No, he's turning. Maybe. No, he's following me. Okay, we are going to exit this route.
Yeah, careful, fuck. Oh my god.
And then we're gonna go back. Hey, why is he running?
Good question. He's not running. What are you talking about?
I could have sworn I just heard running.
No, he's not running. He's walking.
Oh. I literally heard it go like.
Yeah, no, he's walking, man.
Oh. Okay, he's kind of heading towards me, but at the same time, not really. I get so scared every time someone fails a skill check, bro.
See, I have the mind makeup, so he doesn't hear it. So, that's a bonus.
Yeah.
I use it to my advantage. Oh shoot, he's right there.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to my first one.
It's awkward. Huh? No. No.
Is there anything that makes a ring of life?
Oh my god, he's coming in my room!
I didn't sign up for this.
I'm okay.
Okay.
He's just in my room with me.
Well, yes.
Oh my god, he's fucking my guy up. Great. Excellent.
Welcome back, El Macaco.
Elma!
I'm gonna run out of time. But I'll tell you what, I'm not afraid to die. I'm not afraid of what would. Or I am afraid of what will happen next. Okay, he is approaching. Let's go ahead and use our escape route number 1. Numero uno. What's this? Watch out, V. I am going to one of the other places. I'm a long, long time. Fell asleep and then got woken up again. Huh. Cool.
I think Charlotte's back.
What?
Sprout? I think Sprout's back. They're moving around.
But I'll tell you what, I'm not afraid to die. I'm more afraid. Please don't turn around. Please don't turn around. Okay, he's still going forward. Where are you right now?
I'm near where you Sprout. Good area.
Can you
you swap
pull off a brick real quick? Just so that I know where you are?
I am like near you. I see you, yeah.
Okay.
You're good at you.
Am I safe to go to where Cosmo is?
Where's Papa? No,
Okay.
because I'm over there. I'm like behind that shelf.
Okay. Because I hear him getting closer.
Yeah. Okay, I'm moving.
Where the fuck is he? It looks like Charlotte. Yeah, Charlotte is back.
Oh my god.
They're doing a machine.
No, no, you're gonna latch him onto me!
Fuck, sorry.
No, it wasn't you. It was kind of Cosmo that did it.
Is Cosmo dead?
Yeah, Cosmo's dead.
Okay, Cosmo just said I'ma just die right after.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you guys dying. Oh. Bro sacrificed himself.
Yeah. I would have died otherwise. I'm not gonna lie to
Okay,
you.
get to the elevator.
Want me to pop it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So fucking
I'll be popping it.
special, but I'm a creep.
You tell me.
I'm a weirdo. How am I doing here? I don't belong here. hurts.
Guys, I now have 160 stamina. Let's go.
210. There's another box.
Give me that box.
I'm just going to refill this, basically. Whee!
Can I die
I'm
now?
speedy. No.
Damn it.
Special.
But I didn't die
So
to dial.
special. In Necrobloxicon in Sebastian's shop. Huh?
Oh.
Am I lucky or what? I don't know what that is.
Everyone's not letting me die. This is tragic. Sad day indeed. You know what? I don't care. I'm gonna die. I'll die to Finn if I have to. Fine. Oh, Finn!
I'll die
Oh
to
my
Finn.
god!
And then you scream, "Oh, Finn!"
Oh, Finn!
I am going to try to get Finn real quick. Just be careful.
I'm out of stamina, but I'm still alive.
I got him. Oh, never mind. I don't have him. Be careful. Whoa, oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
It's fine. Distractor, Shrimpo, I guess. Get away
Okay,
from
I
me.
got boxed in on Louis. I'm going towards Finn, so just be careful.
Thank you.
I don't know where you are. Roger's here.
I know, statue. There's a
Okay, I'm going to the small little room next to the good elevator. Just stay away from there. Only other people that are allowed in there, will be Sprout and Astro.
Yep.
I'm kicking V out if V is in there.
Wait, where are you at?
Small room inside of, Broken.
Oh,
Where the fuck did
next to
Finn
Broken.
go? Oh, there you are. It's like, where does Finn? Holy shit, my hitbox. I'm gonna smooch my hitbox. 69. Nice.
I just did a treadmill machine as shrimp. Fear me.
Just another day, just another day, just another day. 1, 2, 3. It's me, the world you know.
God damn it, my treadmill machine, I swear to God.
Place to be. But don't be scared, I'm not going anywhere. Just don't touch the dial and stay here a while with me. Static, it's static. I heard a failed skill check.
I didn't do that, shut up!
You're the only one with my makeup now. You can't blame that on Cosmo. Cosmo is dead.
Damn it. Not wrong, though.
Hi, Astro. Bye, Astro. I heard you fail another one.
Shut up! I'm almost done with it. I'm not failing my skill checks.
I think I spent
I would never.
at least 600 Robux on this game, I think. How much was the other... Oh my gosh, I'm distracting Twisted Astro right now.
Dude, this is crazy.
I'm distracting Twisted Boxton, Louis, Finn, and Astro. Are you in the elevator?
Die. No.
Get the fuck in the elevator.
Okay, now I am.
Okay. Be careful, Astro. You might want to get in. There we go.
Give me.
Get your tapes. Get your tapes.
Wait, I don't know why I did that. They were all latched onto me.
Let's get some more tapes. I have 371.
Sure, I guess. Let's get more tapes.
You can't hear the stream. Forgot to say, oh. Give me your money. I have 416 now.
Can I die now? I need the bathroom.
No. Is that
Okay, well, I'm gonna go over here and hide real quick so I can use the bathroom.
Oh, hey,
Go on,
Roger.
Dave.
Roger. It's Roger. Guys, it's Roger. Don't do that. I think it's Sprout. I think Sprout's here. I heard the Sprout. Oh, hi, Sprout. What's up? It's fruit cake. Holy shit. Okay, I got 4, so that means that... Oh, is there a 5th? Is there a 6th one? No, there's only 5. Let's go. Hey nana, hey nana, hey nana, hey na. Hey. Yo. Hey nana, hey nana, hey nana, hey ya. Hey. Yo. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Hey nana, hey nana, hey nana, hey ya. Hey. No. Hey nana, hey nana, hey nana, hey ya. Hey. Yo. Hey nana, hey nana, hey nana, hey ya. Why is why is my singing monster stuck in my head? Huh? What? No, 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 no. What the fuck? 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 Huh? What in the broken? That is broken stealth right there. Yes, they are. Yeah, they are still AFK. There's a tape over here. There's a tape over here. There's 2 tapes over here. There's a chocolate bar over here. Quick blinding? What? Quick blinding session with Astro and Sprout towards Angie Shrimp. Are y'all blinding? Are y'all blinding them?
No, I'm fine actually. It's not that light.
Okay, bro is back.
Yeah.
Pop it. Yes. They're both doing Golden Brick. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I just look over and I see those.
I can hear again. Okay.
You can hear again. Yippee!
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 Yippee! Get your tapes. Get your tapes. I think I forgot. Oh shit! Oh my god! I forgot about thee. Oh my god!
I'm such a beast, gang.
Oh
Look at me go.
I forgot about B. Holy shit! I forgot about B. There's a band-aid.
How dare you forget about me?
That scared the shit out of me. Holy shit!
I can't believe you forgot about me. Oh, there's a band-aid, by the way.
I know. I have 2 boxes of chocolate and a band-aid.
Okay.
I look over and I forget I have my webcam on. I'm like, who the fuck is that? Bro, it's me. Bro, it's me. This special Twisted Astro is gonna hunt you down. Hi, Poppy. Okay, Yada. Oh, we have 6 now. Well, I only have 7.
I try to be outweighed.
What?
That way, when someone gets Yada and Brusha, I will be out the way. Hopefully.
Bro has 919. Okay, I have 5, and so I need Yada.
Yeah.
Oh, Yada, 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 yada. Oh, Yada.
Yada is all me at the moment.
What?
Yeah, Yada's on B.
What? No, 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 no. I didn't even get your ass over here. I swear, I will ground you. I will ground you. Get the fuck over here. Oh my gosh. Get your asses over here. Jesus. Watch out. I gotta get Poppy again.
Yeah, I know. And Cosmo.
And Cosmo. Cosmo. Oh, fuck. I just ran right into Poppy. Oopsies. Hey, Sprout. Thank you. I was like, hey, Sprout, do you want to give me a give me a heal, please? Okay. I panicked because I panicked. Yoink. Just happy. Think I'm just happy. Think I'm just happy. You have gotten the honor. You have gotten the honor of a friend request. I've got 7 twisteds on me, bro.
Nice.
I have 7 twisteds on me.
So proud of you. Oh, and one of them was Astro. Dude, that was so awesome.
Yeah, I'm not even getting tired or anything.
Dude, that's crazy.
Hell, I'm getting more stamina out of it.
Sprout has to go.
What?
Oh no, let's get to the elevator. I'm
They
stupid.
said get to the elevator. I was like, what?
Jeez, shut up.
Damn, how tired are you, bro? It's only 8 for you.
Shut up.
Bro's
Shut up.
just gotta be really tired, bro.
Shut up. You're bullying me. I'm sorry. Okay, I thought I said get to.
Bullying
Got to
you?
go. Shut up.
Dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay.
You look like I don't know what I'm doing. I have stamina, you know. And speed.
Oh my gosh, tech savvy.
Actually, I want the. I want to be different.
A friend request.
Yeah, I chose to be different.
Lol, you're not getting rid of me. Wherever you go, I won't be far to follow. Oh, whoa. Oh, hey, V. Well,
Gonna love you. Oh my god,
oh my god! Oh shit. I'm not used to this map with Pebble.
Never forever getting rid of me.
Watch out. Be careful. I might die.
Forever getting rid of me. I grew up in this. I look over and I'm like, oh shit, Pebbles.
I have an idea. Be careful. Never mind. That idea did not work.
I'm gonna say, I don't know what your idea is, but it's scary already.
I fucked up.
Did you die?
Yeah.
Sprout, no! Sprout, no! Sprout! Sprout!
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh shit. This is where it's fucked. Oopsies. This map sucks for jungle kiting. Oh
Yeah.
fuck. My ear's like itchy. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh my god!
Oh shit. Does it still work?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah. At least it's considered a good run. It's considered a good run. Because it's got past floor 20. That's my consideration for a good run. At least.
Yeah, see, it still works. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. RP, no, it doesn't. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
I didn't want more stealth.
Oh
It's not
shit.
gonna help me.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh my god. It's not gonna help me. Ah! I'm dead.
Oh no. Bye bye, Shrimpo. You died to America, bro. You died to America.
Damn. What is up with America? I don't get that.
It's cause like I don't know. Aaron just started calling Boxton America for some reason.
I don't understand that part, to be honest with you.
But what I was trying to do is I was gonna try to jungle kite around this place in the table. But what happened was Astro ended up, like, I ended up turning the corner a little bit too fast. Astro got V. V went right in front of me, and I could not dodge it. I could not dodge her because I got the ad, and I couldn't really see her that well.
Oh.
Yeah. And this map just sucks. This map, honestly, just sucks for jungle kiting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I kind of miss the older version. I miss the older version of this map.
Me too.
Because
I don't know why they revamped it. It didn't need a revamp.
This one didn't really need a revamp, honestly. Because there was this, like, there was a wall right there, yeah. But I usually just went around that wall, and that's how I distracted.
Yeah.
I wish there was a practice mode, though. Oh shit, V's on V! Whoa, I didn't realize. Oh shit! I didn't realize that. V's dead. V's dead. V's dead. V died to America!
Everyone's dying down.
Thank you, Cowboybot! Oh gosh. Hold up. I need to make a prediction. We're making a prediction.
What's this prediction? Will Sprout get off the floor? Will Sprout survive? Oh, wait. Also, Astro is alive. Long live the tomb.
Let's put it for 5 minutes. Start prediction. Guys, vote. Vote. Who do you guys think will win? Is it going to be Astro or Sprout? So far right now, it is currently at 100% for Astro. We will see.
Why are you voting on this? Hello? What? Huh?
I'm not. I'm literally watching the results live.
Oh.
Somebody has voted 10 points for Astro. They do not have any faith in Charlotte, which is Sprout.
I was gonna say, aren't you guys a little too young to gamble?
Nah.
All right, now it's 50-50. Sprout and Astro. Who is going to win? You have 4 minutes and 14 seconds to vote.
I guess you guys don't.
I gotta go on Sid's stream to Gamba. Stream, there it is.
Oh,
It is currently
Yeah.
10 versus 10. 10 points versus 10 points.
I'll be back.
Bro has 0 items.
You go chicken.
Who do you think will win?
There you go. I upped it. I just got
Let's
all my
check on
points.
Astro. Astro is currently ill with the illness. Holy shit! Currently, Salem Cat thinks Astro will win.
I do, yeah.
Oh wait, no. Astro will die first.
Oh, wait, I didn't read that right.
Are you able to
said who
change
would
your
win.
vote?
No.
Currently,
Astro
chat
went
thinks
first.
that Astro will die first. And Sprout will
Astro, I thought you
win.
would To be honest with you, I read that wrong. I'm so sorry.
How dare. You said Astro as well. You voted for Astro. You voted for yourself to die.
Astro voted for Astro? Damn.
Who dies first? Is it going to be Sprout or Astro? Everybody thinks that Astro is going to die first. Are you going to prove them wrong? Sprout is currently dealing with the Twisteds.
Oh my god, rip.
Not dealing with the Twisteds, but like trying to
Mm-hmm.
find a way to get
Avoid
that last machine. Where even is the last machine? They're all there.
in the middle.
It's in the
Mhm.
middle. Oh my gosh.
And it's like directly in the middle where they walk through constantly.
Pebble is right there. Pebble is making his way to the good elevator, or the broken elevator, actually. That is not the good elevator. Pebble is right there. Pebble has seen Astro. Will Astro die?
Nope.
Will
Did you
Astro
forget
die?
Astro
Because
has
V has seen Astro as well.
Yeah, but they have higher
V is
stealth.
currently chasing Astro.
Astro has higher
Louis
stealth.
is currently. Oh, Astro has gotten a hit. Astro has used
Strong help.
a band-aid. Yada is currently going after Astro. Yada wants that candy, even though Astro does not have any candy.
What kind of commentary is this?
I don't know. How is Sprout doing? Sprout is currently at the table. Sprout, how do we get off this floor?
I
Sprout
agree.
is
How do
trying
we
to
get off?
figure out a game plan on how to finish this machine. But currently Louis is right by them. Louis is currently walking away now. Let's check on Astro again, because Astro might be having a fun time. Astro's
Oh, they're on the machine.
Yep.
Oh,
Sprout is currently
Louis.
on the machine. Oh,
No.
Sprout is not on the machine anymore.
Yeah,
Astro
Louis.
is currently getting chased. Pebble is walking away now.
Astro, I think it's best you just stay there so you don't die.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna be so for real.
Tegan
Golden
is
brick.
nearing the machine. Tegan wants to steal Sprout's tapes. Tegan is walking away. Tegan does not care for the tapes anymore. Although Tegan is walking towards the good elevator. Pebble is also kind of. Oh, I think. Well, yeah, Pebble is actually.
They're on the last machine. The last machine's almost
Get
done.
to
The
the
last machine's
elevator.
almost
Oh
done.
my gosh. Who will die? Astro
Who
is
will
already
die?
in the elevator. Sprout is making
Yeah,
his
bro,
way
already
to
booked
the
it, bro.
elevator. Is Sprout gonna make it? Sprout has made it. This is a teamwork. This is a teamwork effort. Sprout could
This
be
is a
making
tie.
right now.
Why didn't you add a tie for the death thing? Are we just gonna keep going until one of them dies?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if Sprout dies or Astro dies first. If Astro dies first, that means that whoever voted Sprout gets basically 1,000 points.
They get all my points. They get 1,230 points, I think. They get 1,220 points. No, my bad. You gotta account for the other 10 points.
Alright, it is currently a blackout.
What is
Astro can see better, but Sprout cannot see.
This is the death run is wild. At this point, yeah.
Brusha is nearing Astro at the moment. Brusha is going away. This is a very bad map to do that. There is a band-aid.
Alright, I'm gonna go, mate. Bye.
What? Oh, they said bye. What is Sprout doing? Who are all the Twisteds? Like I said, Sprout cannot see. Sprout has used their V-mote. Sprout is currently walking around. I think I see Tisha. Oh, shit, there's Boxton. Sprout has this. Maybe. I don't know. If Sprout dies first, then somebody will be getting 1,000 points. Is Astro trying to make... Is Astro trying to make Sprout die? Is Astro trying to get whoever voted for Sprout 1,000 points? Oh shit. Holy shit, that was a good juke. That was an amazing juke that Sprout has just performed. Let's fucking go. How do you feel about that, Sprout? Do you like that amazing juke that you just pulled off? Sprout is currently in a place. There are 2 machines currently. Let's fucking go. Let's check on Astro. Astro is currently running from both Boxton and Louie. Astro is actually running for the room. Oh gosh. Oh god. What the? Is Astro trying to kill Sprout? Is Astro trying to kill Sprout? This is not a death run. This is just to see how long you can... This is just to see how long you can just, like... Oh my gosh. Astro just took Sprout's machine! Oh my gosh, bro just took the machine! Sprout is currently doing the machine again. Sprout is being good at the machine. Good job, Sprout. You got this. I don't think there's gonna be any Minecraft today. There will be Minecraft tomorrow, though. I need more Minecraft viewers, honestly. Is bro trying to grief? Astro. Astro, you are not on 1 heart, you're on 2. Sprout's on 1 heart. Then why do you keep on leaving them to him? Oh, now you're... Oh, never mind, you're not. Damn. I am watching this go on. Bro was just standing on there. Shaking. I'd be shaking too if I were you. Someone's either gonna lose 1,000 points or gain like 5 points. Well, that's the same. Well, yeah. I think this might honestly... Oh, Sprout, watch out. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh my gosh. Bro. Yeah, I think, honestly, this might be my last run, because it is currently 9:24. Like, we've been live for almost 4 hours. I got off of work, came here, and ate, and, like, got on live. Oh, bro took the fucking machine. Let's see, who will get off this floor alive in one piece? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Holy shit, your hitbox. Holy shit. Nothing. I just wanted to check in. Uh-huh. No desserts you were looking for? No, not at all. Just never mind. What was that? I keep on seeing that little red dot and I'm like, oh. This map, especially whenever I have Pebble on it, oh, Finn's there, absolutely fucking sucks. There's Connie. You go up to nowhere, same again. The seraphim on my shoulder whispers, please don't turn your head. And if it ends with anything, then anything could happen. If you really needs me, I'll be in my coffin. Girls are just my style. You know I love. And I'm sorry for the things I've done, and all I ask of you, there's a box of chocolate. Oh, if you still want me, call me, find me in my coffin. If you need me, I'll be in my coffin. Roger's right there, right in front of you. There's a pair of jumper cables. You've gotten jumper cable. What the hell? How many jumper cables did you have? Did you have 2? Did Bro have 2? The day walking. Oh my gosh. Let's check on Sprout. How is Sprout doing? It's rated sideways! They're all coming over there. Not all of them, but you know. Finn is currently running after Sprout. Louie is currently running after Sprout. Poppy is currently running after Sprout. Hey, Connie. Bye, Connie. I think we're back to having, like, 5. Because, I think. I don't know. No, Louie's right there. It's Louie, Finn, Roger, Poppy. Who else is here? I think they have 5. And Connie. Finn, Poppy, Louie, Connie, Roger. Yeah, that's all they got. They got 5. The style of my mistakes. Stop the world and melt with me. Friday I'm in love again. If you still want me, God find me in my coffin. Oop, you just failed your skill check. Oh, oh, oh. Kill the man I am for one more chance to be yours, baby. No, I ain't begging, I'm just saying it's an option. Don't let the latest be the last name in your coffin. If you need me, I'll be in my coffin. And I'll raise hell for you. Whoa, Finn and Louie, oh my gosh. I'll be in my coffin. I'll be up today walking. Back from the dead for you. I'm watching this, like, with such intent. Because I'm, like, sitting, I'm literally, like... Bro, fail a skill check. Bro, fail a skill check. Astro just comes and smiles. I'm just gonna go very smooth. Oh my gosh, that hitbox. That hitbox. that hitbox, bro. Oh, there's Connie. Is bro trying to kill him? Bro, both of y'all are on one. Are you trying to kill both of y'all? Are you trying? I think you're trying to kill. You're trying to commit a murder there. It's like y'all have been friends this entire run, and then I die, and then suddenly y'all are like, not y'all, but specifically Astro is like, I'm gonna commit a murder. 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 There's some tapes right there too. Bro's not even focused on taking the tapes anymore. Bro is just literally like, I need to not get killed here. My gosh, is he trying to use? Dude, this dude is literally trying to kill Sprout. Bro's literally trying to kill him. Let's get some rest. Bro's gotta run. What the hell was that? Louis is on his way. Is Louis just walking right toward? Okay. Bro's fine. Who's been down last? Oh, there's Louis again. Oh well, yeah, but it's like a tie right now because both of them are currently at 1, which is kind of funny. On Front Street. Try to stretch. I'm like tired right now. Now. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna raid after. Oh shit. Oh shit. Is Bro trying to take him to Sprout again? Are you trying to make this a death run? Bro's literally making this into a death run. Step right up, folks. Yourself a good meaty fill with some of the most noxious, toxic, obnoxious, disgusting shit. How vile can you be? Any enough room for you? Here's to my lady, and I'm coming inside. Drink to me, baby, oh, what's left, oh, what's right. It's easier to use than lose, and never to have used you on a fucked up Saturday night. If I do a Minecraft stream tomorrow instead of Danny's World, will y'all watch? Because the last couple times I've done Minecraft instead of Dandy's World streams, like, nobody has watched. And chat has just been deader than dead. Like, by deader than dead, I mean, like, chat has literally been, like, nothing. There's literally nobody in chat. Solomon, better go down the sink. Last call for morals, better. Good times on Front Street. So, who's gonna do that last one before Connie gets to it? Sprut. You know, one time Connie took my machine. I was kind of pissed off because she was like, I was like doing the machine and she took it, and I was like, oh, you're kidding. You're kidding. Oh, no! Oh no. Someone's got...
Who died first? Who died first? Sprout. Prediction result is Sprout. Oh my gosh. Who got the fucking 1,000 points though? Who got the 1,000 points? I'm so sneaky. Oh, and of course it's a thing. See details. What? Oh. Oh, it goes to 1.2k. Goes to Silly Friend CRP. I think that's just Val, I think. They got 1,000. They got more than 1,000, no. That's wild. I think Shelly's on this floor. Oh no, no, it's Astro. 1% thought I would survive. Yeah, I kind of, it was kind of worded odd, and so, yeah. But yeah, it's Astro, it's Astro. It was who dies first. Everybody thought it was gonna be Astro, basically. Even Astro. It was worded weirdly. If you haven't joined the Discord, by the way, join it. I am trying... Oh, not to Poppy. I am trying to revive it. I used to go live back in like 2019, 2021, like any time before that, around that. Basically, let me actually. So basically, I used to go live back in like 2021, I think, around 2021. And I was under the name Sunset Be Thick. Well, when I was 14, I think, I was 14 at that time, I got grounded for 2 years. And then I came back in 2023. The Discord has been around since 2021. It died multiple times within the year that I was grounded, the 2 years of I was grounded. I was playing Minecraft all the time back then, and then now I'm trying to get back into more gaming. I'm streaming more, you know, the cool stuff. I'm trying to think. Maybe next week, maybe. This is a very maybe. I'm probably going to do an art stream because I've been learning a animation software, and I'm like, ow, just ripped that out of my ear. Well, that kind of hurt. My headphones just ripped out of my ear. I'm gonna try to do an art stream next week, probably. Possibly either next Wednesday or Thursday. If not, maybe Tuesday. Oh yeah, I was grounded for 2 years. All the way from whenever I was 14 to about 16, I think. Even then, but my parents just sucked. I ran away. Yeah, I ran away. It's kind of funny, but at the same time, it's yeah, I didn't really have any contact, or I don't know, I don't really know what happened on the internet, but I was a heavy Dream SMP fan. And then I was I found out that a lot of them are now banned, and so now I'm ooh. But yeah, no contact with my parents. No more contact. But yeah, I think I might stream Minecraft tomorrow, so it's gonna be my hardcore world tomorrow. I think what we're probably gonna try to do is get diamonds. We need diamonds. I only have a diamond helmet, which I accidentally made on stream. That kind of sucked. But we need full diamond armor, we need enchantments, we need all of that stuff. So yeah, let's go ahead and go to ending stream. And let's see who we should raid. If you guys have any funny clips from the stream, definitely put them in clips and highlights. That would be really fun. Bagel My Ego is doing their streamiversary, so we can actually raid them. You guys are considered rocks. What you do whenever you join a raid, you do rock raid in their chat. Be nice, be cool. I hope everybody has a nice day, night, whatever time it is for you. Be nice, be cool, be safe, be fun, have fun with the raidie. You're still mad about the Yada. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and relax. I'm gonna relax. But yeah. Have fun.